Hello and welcome back to another stream of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood to continue celebrating the game's 15th anniversary with the Phase 2 Music Tribute playthrough. Hey there Keone, welcome on in. Hope things are going well. First indeed. How's things? For those who might be new to this type of playthrough, the sound effects and the dialogue has been turned off, only the music track. Listening to each piece of music in various contexts until it either loops or stops, including any other layers of instrumentation based on its progression. Also covering music for getting detected, having like full notoriety, which I still need to actually cover, things like that as well. So what we've done in the story is we're still very early because of the nature of what I'm doing. I'm also doing side content in case there's any music in that side content that doesn't appear in the main game story itself. But in terms of like story, we're in sequence 4. We've done quite a few memories of this sequence. We did the Leonardo War Machine mission to deal with the machine gun, which is the only one that you have to do. The other ones are optional, but for this playthrough, of course, I'll be doing those as well. Be right back. Alright, so we'll be back soon. Alrighty then, I'm back. Thanks for the welcome back, Keone. Just had to quickly check something on the PlayStation. Hello, Bombo. Hope things are going well. Keone, you thought it crashed there. Oh no. Yeah, if the game crashes on PlayStation, the stream ends. Bombo, this one is old. That is true. Originally came out in 2010. But I play a lot of older games on this channel as well. Alright, so what I want to do is get the music for differences in notoriety levels. Hey now, bro. Chain kills, they're great. It's a shame they were taken out because I think Ubisoft listened too much to the people that said the combat was too easy because of them. And I feel like there are ways to make the combat more difficult if you feel it's too easy. Try doing a whole playthrough where you don't take any damage and you don't miss a chain kill, and if you do, you restart the whole game from the start. Maybe then it'll be challenging for those people. No, bro, they need to bring it back. Absolutely. They definitely do. Because, see, one of the things about the chain kills is, number one, it's very handy to clear out a group of enemies very quickly, but also it's very cinematic and it's very much in line with the character's skills. Now, bro, I'll have like Arkham style combat. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, at least give it as an option as well. But yeah, I quite like the chain kills, and that was one of the things that was great about this game, introducing it into the series. And we saw it in a few games afterwards, of course, but then they eventually dropped it as a way to do things, unfortunately. Hey Firefox, did you hear about AC4 Remake and its potential release time? The Game Awards is going to be very interesting. Not really, no. I kind of don't really care much about a remake of Black Flag, so I don't really worry too much about any news about it. Because Ubisoft have already announced two other remakes of games that have not come out yet, and they've had difficult development times and been stuck in development hell. Even though the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake has a release date, I don't trust it. I wouldn't be surprised if they delay that game again. And the Splinter Cell remake is in development hell. They've actually lost a couple of directors apparently and gone through some changes, so any sort of like chance of any remakes of Assassin's Creed, I'm kind of doubtful about them actually eventuating. But if it does, I'm definitely against a remake of Black Flag. It doesn't need one. Especially the way that they want to do it. They want to completely drop the original game's combat style, and they want to replace it with the RPG combat. There's nothing wrong with that in the RPG games, but in games like Black Flag, I would prefer if they just stuck to the old school style of fighting. But they don't want to, because that is considered to be not very challenging combat, having like, chain kills and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, if it ends up being good, then I might be curious about at least watching something about it. But as far as being excited for it, I've got zero excitement really. But it'll be interesting to see what they want to do with it anyway, regardless. Now, bro, sadly, this is where they introduce 100% sync. Yeah, but they're optional. You don't have to do it. Like, I understand people being completionists, but I don't mind because I can pick and choose when I want to be a completionist. I don't always have to complete every single thing about a game every single time I play it, so I don't really mind having optional things because I can just, take it or leave it. If I feel like doing a playthrough where I ignore them, I just ignore them. If I want to do them, then I do them. It's never been an issue for me. Yeah, Firefox. It's very tricky though too, as well, because, and this is with a lot of stuff, even remasters, if some of the original creative people aren't even at least consulted about the things that they chose to do, then really it leaves the door open for basically making a lot of changes that basically go against what the original game's design philosophy was. And I think that's one of the problems too, is that in remaking their older stuff, they're essentially just applying their new gameplay philosophies onto the old stuff as well. I know the present day isn't everyone's cup of tea, and that's fine, but to completely gut it from any remake is also a bit of a red flag as well. But just have to wait and see. Because the funny thing is, as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been an official, actual statement by Ubisoft literally saying we are working on Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake. Unless that's what you were talking about, Firefox. They might have released that information themselves already. Now, bro, you've been waiting for like 10 years for a Prince of Persia remake? Yeah. Well, they announced it in 2020, and that's when it was supposed to come out. There was some backlash from some people about the graphics. They felt that the graphics didn't look that advanced. The original studio that was working on it, there was multiple delays, and then that studio got taken off the project. Then Ubisoft Montreal, the studio, not the people who used to work there, but the studio itself, took over development of the remake. But instead of continuing whatever work was already there by the previous studio, they decided to reset the project and start again from scratch. And in the process, Yuri Lowenthal, who had returned to do the Prince in the remake, when they reset the project, something must have happened where they also wanted to redo the entire performance, and maybe that's why Yuri decided to not follow through, because he probably felt that he had already committed to the remake performance that he had done, which is totally understandable if that's how it is. I mean, I don't know for sure if that's how it is. I don't know what the reason is for him not coming back again. But yeah, he had already done the work on the remake in its initial form. And then now that they reset everything, and then they added a new release date for next year. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with that if we actually get it. Shadow, they also want to make Edward black. Well, I mean, I've got nothing against black characters, but I do feel that if you're going to remake something and you're using the same character that you had, then it's best to just stick with how the character was as well. And to stay true to a character's original essence, you need to make sure that you're not fundamentally changing who they are as a character. Like, for example, Edward is a character that he isn't what you would expect manners from. So he's not prim and proper, to put it that way. He's definitely rough around the edges. And in many ways, he's an anti-hero. He's not 100% heroic, even though there are elements of his character, even early on in the story, where he does show some levels of heroism. But he's also someone who's very brash as well, and he's reckless, and he doesn't really care much except for money. However, early on when his crew gets captured, he does show that he does care about his crew because of his reaction. And so he does actually care about stuff. But he's a character that you don't want to smooth over. You don't want him to be fundamentally different from what he begins the story as. You want to make sure that the character arc is, they stay true to it, because that's one of the great things about that story is Edward's character arc. And there's a lot of thematic stuff too related to Mary Read and all that kind of stuff. Now, bro, you always forget Yuri was the voice of the prince. Also, an interesting that they never gave the prince a name until the movie came out, which, like the AC movie, you thought the prince movie was underrated. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he portrayed the prince in Sands of Time, The Two Thrones, and The Forgotten Sands, and he was really good. Robin Atkin Downes was cast for the prince in Warrior Within, and he would actually go on to be Roth in Tomb Raider 2013. Plus, also in the Uncharted games, one of the villains he played was Talbot in Uncharted 3. Because that in that Prince of Persia game, they wanted to go for a more rough and gruff and hard-edged prince. So they felt that having him be recast would be the way to go. Initially, apparently, they wanted to have Robin Atkin Downes return for Two Thrones to voice the Dark Prince, but something happened there, and then they got someone else, I think. But yeah, the movie Prince of Persia: Sands of Time was really entertaining. The only thing I would say that I wish they still kept was the sand creatures. They kind of, completely got rid of that from it. But yeah, other than that, it's a really good game. Now, but Forgotten Sands is a great game. I like it. I still think it's more safe of a Prince of Persia game. But another game in that series I think is undervalued is the 2008 game, Prince of Persia 2008, the reboot with Nolan North playing the main character. He's not a prince in it, but he could have ended up being one, but we never saw any sequels to that. I mean, we did see a sequel on the Nintendo DS, but there was no full-fledged sequel to that one. So they went back to the Sands of Time Prince for the next game after that. Hey Vegas, you have arrived to drop Sully from a mountain and eat French fries, and you're all out of French fries. Sully, very trusting. He believed Matrix when he said that he wouldn't kill him, or that he'd kill him last. How's things going, Vegas? The liberation of your mom has begun. Ha! Nobody is as funny as good old Arnie. Hey there, Schiller. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Thank you very, very much. I'm doing well, thank you. Doing well. How's things with you today? I hope you're feeling better. I'm just working now on the music changes depending on your notoriety level. Nah, bro, yeah, you heard the one with Nolan was good. Never got the chance to play it. Yeah, it's very interesting too, because the companion character that you have with you, it's probably one of the best programmed AI companions I've come across in a game, because when you're climbing on things, she will actually swap positions with you on whatever you're climbing. So if you're climbing something and she's ahead of you, and you move towards that spot, there's an animation where they'll switch. And when you're fighting, you can also use her magical powers in combat to create some really interesting combos with fights. But I'll say now, bro, if you like the combat of Sands of Time, they do change it up. So it's not group fighting anymore. It's basically more like one-on-one duels kind of stuff. But the parkour and that is really cool, and it's pretty fluid as well. You can definitely tell it's based on the same engine, of course, as the Sands of Time games. But yeah, Nolan North, he actually wanted to do an accent for it, but Ubisoft whoever was in charge of that decision said, no, no, we just want you to do your normal accent, which I think was a shame because it would have been interesting to see what he would have done with an accent. But the character is really fun. I would definitely say he's a Han Solo type of wisecracking sort of character. Oh, nice, Schiller. That's good. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better. That's excellent, dude. Vegas, making some chow. I'm going to chill and watch you play some AC. Oh, very nice. That's cool. I hope you enjoy your food, Vegas. I just realized I had my mic muted. Shadow, finished the Mirage Valley of Memory DLC today. You don't know about the story, though it does enter into Basim's inner personal life and connections with his father, but you don't know it felt empty. Yeah, the whole thing with his father, there's definitely early mention of him as far back as Valhalla, but in terms of that DLC story, it definitely was something that they came up with way after the fact as well. So that'd be the tricky thing in doing something like that 2 years after the game came out, still making it feel like it actually makes sense and makes it feel like it's an element that was already thought about, even if they hadn't released any content on it yet. Now, bro, yeah, Nolan's great with voices. You love the version of Penguin that he does in the Arkham games. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it took me a while to recognize that he was the voice of the Penguin, but once I did, you can definitely tell based on some of his natural voice isms, I guess you would say. But yeah, I thought he did a great job as Penguin. I like how Penguin is portrayed in that series as being jealous of Bruce Wayne and what happened with the family and all that. But also the idea that potentially the Cockney accent that he has is just put on, which I think is quite funny to think.
Arnie thinks he is funnier than me. Nobody is funnier than Bane. I will show that to him. Trying to suppress laughter. 69. I'm so funny. This will show Arnie.
Thank you, Sheila, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Arnie versus Bane. The matchup of the century. Vegas, man, I swear it sounded like you said, enjoy your food, Matrix. You ordered Rodegu. Enjoy your food, Matrix. That'd be a funny, thing to do. Like, think of what kind of food certain characters would like to eat. And do sort of analyzing based on certain things, what kind of food they would eat. If they were in a hurry, what would they have? Alrighty then, so I wanted to cover as much of that combat music as possible, going through and adding more to Ezio's notoriety to determine what differences in music there might be depending on that. Vegas, oh man, if Matrix is in a hurry, he's making a double scoop protein shake and a turkey sandwich with a pound of shredded deli turkey on it. If he's going to be sitting down to eat and is not in a hurry, then there's no doubt in your mind that Matrix is a steak and potatoes guy. Yeah, that's fair too, to break it down into those two states, being in a hurry and needing something quick that you can eat on the go versus having more time up your sleeve and being able to sit down and relax and enjoy the food a bit more. It can be tricky because the combat music can change once an enemy gets on horseback. So I wanted to try and get a situation where I could cover the combat music without it being interrupted by the music that happens when someone gets on their horse. So I think the NPCs that were on their horses were kind of blocking the enemies from being able to get on top of the horse. Vegas, okay, I got a good one for you, Rod. In a death match, Matrix versus Bane. I mean, toe to toe, I think they'd be evenly matched. So I think it's a question of who would be better to defeat the other in kind of like more ranged combat. And maybe Matrix, I would say, has a bit of an advantage there. I mean, the Bane that we see in The Dark Knight Rises, I don't recall us seeing any moments where he like has a gun and goes running around. So I don't know how proficient he is with, guns and stuff. Whereas Matrix would definitely be very proficient with all the guns that he has and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think it'd be a tough matchup, physically wise. I mean, yeah, Bane's no Arnold, but I mean, he is pretty imposing as a character in his own right. Vegas. Matrix wins the weapons and distance scenario, but Bane wins the close quarters combat, in your opinion. Not by much, though. Matrix was a freaking rhino, bro. Yeah, that is true. That is very true as well. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely someone that could go toe to toe in a physical fight with someone like John Matrix, for sure. Nah, bro. Well, Dark Knight Rises Bane was also a member of the League of Assassins, so there is that. That is true, nah, bro. That is true, yeah. In the Nolan verse, they made Bane part of that organization. Yeah. Nah, bro, man, you love the Romulus armor in this hate that you can't really unlock it till the back end of the game. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about stuff like that. It makes me think of the rope dart in Black Flag. It's a really cool weapon, and I feel like there would have been a reason to give Edward that weapon earlier than they do. So it is a bit unfortunate that you have to wait till you're so close to the end of the game before you can start using it. That's why sometimes when I do a playthrough, I leave assassination contracts for Edward to be able to have more content to use the rope dart in. But yeah, it can be annoying when you have to wait until late game to be able to use certain pieces of armor or weapons that you wish you could use earlier. No, bro, you struggled to get into the area to grab because you didn't realize you're not supposed to get it without fixing the aqueduct. I know what that can be like though too, because you start to just keep trying different approaches, different angles, and all that kind of stuff. There's a Romulus lair that you have a parachute trick that you can use, but it does take some time unless you're practiced with it to be able to do it more frequently. But I remember trying the last time and it took me too long, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just do it naturally as well. But yeah, it was some kind of way. You got to parachute in, but you got to make sure that Ezio doesn't grab the ledge or the opening that's higher than it. Yeah, no, bro, exactly. You can do it, but it's hard. Yeah, that is true. It takes a lot of time and patience and a few attempts and a lot of parachutes to be able to get it in the right position and the right height at the right time. Alright, so we're almost at full notoriety. Haven't really noticed too much difference in the exploration music between fights, depending on how much notoriety you have. So there might not be an incremental difference. Like I thought maybe at the first stage of having some notoriety, there might be a slight difference in the music in that part, and then when you progress to the next stage, maybe a different layer was added. But it seems like it's only just no notoriety music and then full notoriety music, which is fine. I just wanted to go through the different increments just to double test and double check. So I'll just continue on with increasing his notoriety. I don't know if one more will do it to make it full or not, but I'll just keep on focusing on this, and once I've gotten the music for when it's full notoriety out in the open areas, then I'll test for it inside the city area. Oh, he clipped into the rock, so I can't loot his body. Oh well. I mean, Ezio's got a lot of florins. So it's not like he's poor at the moment or anything, but... But still, even a small amount can count and go towards something later. Okay, so we've got one more piece of the notoriety meter to fill. So I'll fill that and then cover any music that plays while exploring out in the open areas. And then we'll go into the city proper and cover the music in full notoriety there in that. Which I may have already covered, but I just want to cover all my bases, and if we've already heard that music, then that's fine. But just in case it hasn't been heard on the in the playthrough yet, without me talking over it, of course. Nope, it didn't fill it up. Hello there, Digital. How's things? Oh, very nice, Digital. That's cool. I'm glad to hear that things are going swell. That's awesome. Things are going well here. Doing some more Assassin's Creed Brotherhood today. Enjoying the music. Trying to get the music for different levels of Ezio's notoriety in different areas and stuff. And I'm really enjoying it. This game has such a great soundtrack by Jesper Kyd. It's really enjoyable. It's funny when you go into these fast travel points when beggars are begging after Ezio, they just walk off. They're just like, fine, don't give us anything then. Go through your secret places. Digital, you're lurking in the center of a stream. Always love watching you play story-driven games. Oh, thank you so much, Digital, for the lurking. I appreciate that. And that's good that you enjoy, because I love story-driven games as well. Like, there's just something about getting invested into like a character, invested into the story, also getting immersed in the world of the game as well. Digital Brotherhood is in your top 5 games all time. Had to come to see what shenanigans you were getting up to. Oh yeah, I don't blame you for having it in your top 5. Yeah, it's a really good continuation from Assassin's Creed 2 storyline, and it's cool to see a character that has gone through so much already in the span of AC2 story, but to see him become the leader of the assassins and also the sacrifice that he makes as part of that is really well done, and it also sets up greatly in Revelations the years later where it's like, okay, he's been the leader of the assassins for so long and he's sacrificed so much, but how much more is he willing to sacrifice towards being an assassin before it either gets him killed or he gets, ruined or anything like that? And him stepping away from not only being the leader of the assassins, but also from the assassins themselves. And not in any fuck you, I don't like assassins anymore way, but just in a I've done plenty of things for the assassins. I've spent years, I've sacrificed a lot, and I think it's time to step down, step away. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? Welcome on in. Thank you, Digital, for redeeming an Arnie movie scene impression. Thank you. You going well, Ryu? Awesome. That's good to hear, dude. Alrighty then. So, just in case I actually was muted and the scene didn't come through, I'll just do it again. Okay, so here we go. I got something to give you. I'm not interested. You don't know what you're missing. It looks like a nightmare. Please leave me alone. You fucking whore. Don't move. I'm not going to hurt you. Step aside. You said don't move. Do it. Get in the car. Do exactly what I tell you. I've got a karate class. You're not going to make it. Follow him. I knew you would say that. Don't get offended, but are you going to kill me or something? No. You wouldn't tell me if you were. Sure I would. Really? Trust me. Stay close to him. Faster. That's good. Can you tell me what this is about? A guy I trusted for years wants me dead. I've only known you a few minutes, and I want you dead too. Out. Come on. Hurry up. If you're in a hurry, I'm almost through with you. Listen to me. My daughter has been kidnapped. It's the only chance I've got of finding her. If he sees me or I lose him, they'll kill her. I need you to follow him. Tell him you're crazy about him. Bring him over here. I will do the rest. And then you can go back to your normal life. Got it? No. Please, help me. You're the only chance I've got. She has less than... They're going to kill her. Okay, alright, I'll help you. Okay, so that's from the movie Commando. Thank you, Digital, for redeeming that scene impression. Sorry about the time it took. I went from looking for something to do to saying it, but then forgetting that I might have had the microphone muted to realizing, oh shit, and then I thought I'd just do it again just in case. Absolutely, Digital, yeah, Commando. 10 out of 10. Thank you. It's a great movie, that one. Really, really entertaining. Oh, that's all good. No trouble at all. Hey, Mr. Gote, thank you very, very much, dude, for the 25 stream streak. That is awesome. Thank you very, very much. 25 without watching VODs? That's no worries at all, dude. Yeah, I am glad, though, that if people want to keep their streak, they can watch the VOD, and that still makes it count. Because I think it's unfair for those who want to keep track of their streak for it to be, you know... Because so much can happen, like, you know, the streamer might need to take a day off, or they might not be able to stream at a certain time, which the person viewing might normally watch them at, you know, things like that. So it's good that there's something like that that can still make it count. Okay, so I've tried to see if there's any difference in the music with Ezio being at full notoriety versus every single instance of it increasing from nothing, but there wasn't. However, I want to test it in a Borgia controlled area because I know there's music that plays in the Borgia controlled areas that is different to when you've liberated it. So I want to test that and see if there's any incremental differences in the music every time you gain notoriety. So that means what I'll do until that point, because we need to progress the story a bit more to gain access to areas where Borgia towers are. I'll go and do some other piece of content for this. Thank you, Mr. Gote, for redeeming the leap of fail. Would you like it to be from the top of the Colosseum? Mr. Gote, why not? Awesome, dude. Definitely can do. We'll get Ezio to the top of the Colosseum. That chase music, there's a very specific mission I want to use to actually cover that music in full without talking over it and stuff. Because it's the point in the game story where I first actually noticed the music that plays, and it became one of my favorite pieces of chase music in this game. So I'd like to wait until I get to that point to cover that music without interrupting it. There we go, Mr. Gote. Thank you for redeeming the leap of fail. Yeah, digital. Oof. That's definitely one way to put it. It's so funny in this game when you have like the people sweeping, and if you get too close to them, they just drop their broom and walk off. It's like, imagine that in real life. Like, imagine you're doing your job and then a customer just walks near you and then you're like, well, that's it, I'm done for the day, and just drop your shit and then walk off. Okay, so what I want to focus on is the Leonardo war machines that we have left. We've already dealt with the first one, which is part of the story. The other ones are optional, but I'm going to do them for this playthrough. Vegas. You've been lurking, made some breakfast even though it's night here. You're craving some eggs and bacon and sausage. Didn't eat any carbs though. You've been eating a ton of meat lately and little carbs to pack on a lot of muscle. Also been taking a ton of supplements. You're going to be able to give John Matrix a run for his money soon. Thank you so much for the lurking, Vegas. And that's good too that you've got what you need there to have. And that's the thing about food, is that it's breakfast, lunch and dinner seems to be, considered, you have to have this for breakfast, but you can't have that for lunch because that's for breakfast. So it's good to just eat the things that you want, whether it's breakfast or lunch or dinner. And that's a good idea too, as well. It's good that you've got a plan. I wonder if there's any music when it's nighttime at the bottom of the tower. Because as you climb the tower, it turns into night. Alright, so there's no music at nighttime on the lower level. So we get detected now and get put back where the checkpoint was. Alright, so that was the bomber mission. So sacrificed the optional objective for the sake of keeping the integrity of the music going without me talking over it, because that's the priority with this playthrough. But I will do that again to get the full synchronization, but not spend the time I did with the music all over again. But it's pretty tricky because there's a timed aspect to that where you have to kill these targets before a certain time versus how much of the music is actually timed to maybe not even happen in the time frame they give you to get the objective done. So that's why I was sort of trying to hold off until the very last minute to deal with certain enemies that had a timer on them. And then when it came to that final target and trying to get the music, I don't know if I got the music in full before that point, but that's the tricky thing with a playthrough like this. You've definitely got the video game's constraints that they've programmed in, that when people are normally playing this game, they're not worried about making sure they get the music to play without it being interrupted or as long as possible. So it's understandable that they don't want the player to hang around too much, and they give them a time limit to make sure that they can get it done quickly, because obviously, especially the final part there with the guy riding off wanting to tell Cesare, story-wise, it's important that no one is able to tell him, at least not in a quick sense. He'll eventually find out, obviously, what happened, but it'll give time for Ezio to actually get out of the area and all that kind of stuff as well. So we're going to go back in and do that mission, but I'm not going to worry this time, of course, covering the music, because we've already covered it for that memory. The reason I'm doing the optional objectives at all is because I need to get 75% total synchronization to unlock the final Cristina memory, and I like to do all the memories back to back. I don't have to worry about what each incremental percentage of total sync is needed for each individual memory. I just know that the final one unlocks when you get 75% total sync. Something to this music in Assassin's Creed Liberation, which came out originally in 2012, there's some very similar kind of sinister sounding music, and it's one of the things that I like about this soundtrack is that, and also with Liberation soundtrack, there's a lot of similar kinds of pieces of music, but it's very eerie and kind of creepy. But that's one of the things that Jesper Kyd can do so well with his music. Plus I like the electronic influences and stuff that you hear in the music too. There was a movie composer, Jerry Goldsmith, and he did a lot of that too with his music. Some of the prominent movies he did was Alien, the original Total Recall, First Blood, the first Rambo movie. Why is this architect not just moving on now? The original The Omen. Plus one of my favorite movies, The Burbs, with Tom Hanks. But he also did the music for Gremlins. The last movie I think he did music for before he unfortunately died was Looney Tunes Back in Action, another movie directed by Joe Dante, who also did The Burbs and Gremlins 1 and 2. No skip cutscene for this. Need to wait for a mobile blending group that has more than 2 people. In this game, when you actually blend inside a moving crowd, you don't have to keep moving the control stick, but it's not 100% reliable because sometimes you'll get Ezio pushed out automatically by the other members in the crowd blend group that's moving. Of course, you get pathing issues that can happen like there. Alright, so we're back up to the part where we're flying in the flying machine with the bomber attachment. So I've already covered the music. For those who might be joining after I've already done this mission and not talking over the music. But I'm redoing this because there's the optional objective that I want to get, which I didn't before because I was more prioritizing the music playing without me talking over it. So now that we're back here again, need to make sure that I don't have the bomber get damaged. Fuck. That's true, Sona. That's what it was. It was the wind. Welcome, how's things? Sony, you just woke up from a nap, you didn't realize how tired you were. Oh yeah, I can definitely relate to that too sometimes. Alright, so that time we got through without taking any damage. You might think the desynchronizing from crashing would make you fail that optional objective, but they only count when it actually gets shot by one of the enemies as taking damage. So there we go. Went in to replay that because the second time around the priority wasn't the music anymore. It was getting the optional objective. Whereas the first time the priority was to cover the music without talking over it and getting as much out of it as I can without actually doing what's required. Bit of a balancing act doing these kinds of playthroughs because it's not just about turn the sound effects and the dialogue off and then just do missions and then call it a day. It's actually paying attention to what you're doing in the game, trying to extend how long you take to do it to make sure that you're covering as much of the music and allowing it to play uninterrupted in full for as much of it as you can. And so when you have a mission that also has a timed aspect to it, where you have to kill certain targets before they reach a certain point, it then means that if you're trying to get the music uninterrupted, you got to try and time it so that you only have a split second of difference between the objective failing and the piece of music potentially at least finishing its current cycle before you actually either desynchronize or you get the objective done. And so you've got a few targets there in that memory where you have a timer to kill them before they reach a certain point, whereas initially you don't have a timer for those factories you need to destroy first. So with total synchronization, we now have it at 42.57%. To unlock the final Cristina memory, we need it to be 75%. Until such time as it reaches that, I'll be doing missions optional objectives, but once we reach the 75% total sync mark, then I'll not worry about the optional objectives because there's nothing related to a change in music depending on whether or not you get an objective completed, so that aspect doesn't matter with this music only tribute. But when we get 75 total percent sync, we'll have all the memories available then of Cristina. I like to do them one after the other. You can do them as they pop up if you want, but I like the flow of the narrative to be all together. And even though in this playthrough we're doing the music only focus, I still want to do them one after the other to do them as a whole piece together instead of separate. And that's now 2 out of the 4 Leonardo War Machine memories done. I'm going to stick with doing them, so we'll go and do the next one and cover its music. I don't remember where each particular War Machine mission actually is located. So it'll either be the tank or it'll be the naval warboat or war sort of like canoe. Hey, Anmita. That guy trying to be like Dandelion. Thank you so very much, dude, for the 17 months in a row. Thank you. That is muchly appreciated. Thank you very much. I'm doing well, thank you, dude. We just did the bomber mission. So I've now got 2 of the Leonardo War Machine missions done. I went back in to do the bomber mission again because the first pass through in trying to get all the music in the different contexts, I failed the optional objective, but that was okay because the priority was the music. So I just went back in and redid it to get the full sync. How's things going with you today, dude? How is the rest of the devil in me? Cheers, Anmita. Thanks, dude. Yeah, it's pretty tricky because you've got a timed element. So to try and get the music to play as much as possible before desynchronization was definitely a bit of a balancing act. But I'm glad I was able to cover it because the piece of music during that is really, really good. Oh, nice, Anmita. That's good. I'm glad that it's going well. That's cool. Must feel good to have like weekends now where you don't work on the weekends. The classic putting wanted posters on higher levels than civilians would normally actually go. They're like, we better put some wanted posters for this assassin up high where assassins usually spend a lot of their times on rooftops. We need to give them at least some opportunity to pull the wanted poster down. We've got to be fair like that. We can't possibly just keep it at level that all civilians will see them at. Anmita, as for Devil in Me, it wasn't bad, but the pacing was so slow which made the game unnecessarily long. It took you 8 hours to complete it. You like having the weekends off now. Yeah, it really is a long game. There's probably some sections where it could have been really, really trimmed or even not there at all as well. For that reason, it's not one that I would say is in the top of them. But I still do like it, of course. I like all of them. But yeah, that's definitely fair to feel that way. And there's definitely a lot of time to get through it as well. The whole setting and all that kind of stuff. All the references to like, movies such as Saw and all that. There's definitely a lot to chew on there and things like that. And it actually got me interested to see about that real-life serial killer, H.H. Holmes. So I watched a documentary that it covered some of the stuff that they reference and stuff in that game, but it also covers some other elements, like he had a friend of his that was in on a lot of the murdering that he was doing. But then, of course, it got to a point where he realized that his friend was a liability, so he had him offed. but he pretended to the guy's wife and children that he was still alive, or some bullshit like that. Really, really fucked up individual. And that's cool that you like having the weekends off now. That's really good. Gives you a lot of opportunity too if you want to do like long streams. Yeah, and Mita. Yeah, very, very sadistic. It's interesting in that game, The Devil in Me, though, because how did you go with the part where Mark falls down that chute and there's like a QTE to catch his camera before it falls into like the acid bath? Like, that's probably one of the most unfair timing of a QTE ever. It makes me think of games like the original Prince of Persia, where there was a level that the Shadow Prince causes the prince, well, he's not the prince yet in that game, but causes him to fall, and he finishes the level, but at the start of the next level, he's automatically falling. And if you're not careful, he'll just fall to his death until you figure out what's going on. We've already heard this music before, so there might be some music when we're sort of like swimming and having to stay behind the guy on the gondola, because if we get too close to him, the enemies will be like, "Oi, what are you doing?" And then desynchronization. And Mitty, you didn't have that one. Maybe because you got caught by the guy in the basement. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Changes all the configuration and stuff like that. Then you got that moment with the dog as well. I like how the name of the dog is Conrad and nicknamed Connie to reference Conrad from Man of Medan. I thought that was quite clever to have something like that in there. I like those little kinds of references. Alright, so this music is the same, because it sounds like, there's a bit of music in this that sounds like someone hitting some pipe or something like that, with a bar or something. Emita, you failed to hide in time because you expected it to be near, but you had to go to the other side of the room to hide, so the time ran out and you got Mark. Yeah, that's the thing too, when you have timed scenarios, it can be very tricky to know exactly where the game is allowing you to have the character be safe. And also seeing Salim's face in the end. That's true, yeah. Yeah, it's so... There's such a novelty in seeing the same face models being used for so many different characters, and you get so used to a character having the same, like, having the one face model, that, when you see them as another one, you're like, hang on.
As I embarked on my voyage to India, I bid farewell to my mother. I said, Mumbai.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Bit of wordplay there. How's things going today? Admit you managed to save Charlie, but then the game didn't register the input when he was hanging above the crusher. Oh. Bloody hell. I hate that kind of shit in those games. It's like, come on. Seriously? Hey, Lynch Mob. Welcome. How's things going? Doc Darling, you're still pissed that you didn't catch the Tomb Raider stream. That's totally fair that you weren't able to catch it, but I definitely understand the frustration. That is for sure. Ended up being, I think it was about a 4-hour stream. And Mita, in the end, only Jamie and Mark made it. Well, that's good that you got 2 out of the 5. That's still a good outcome, but it is annoying when you lose a character to stuff that is pretty much bullshit. It's like, yeah, sure, game, of course. Also found interesting the recordings of the interrogation that was done on that Manny Sherman serial killer. I like that idea that they introduced in House of Ashes, where you have a series of collectibles that you get which have a video, you know, a flashback, gives you information on what's been going on to other characters in the past and that kind of stuff. Mita, yeah, you pressed A on the controller, but the game was like, I didn't see it. Yeah. It's like, come on, game. No bullshit. Admit it, yeah, that was cool having all those recordings. It really is. Interesting to see if they continue that in Directive 8020. When I was a young man, I had liberty, but did not see it. I had time, but did not know it. I had love, but did not feel it. Hey there, like. Thank you very much for redeeming that quote as an Arnie impression from Assassin's Creed Embers. Thank you very much, like. Hope things are going well. And Mitch, in the next game, they'll probably introduce us with the alien. That's true, yeah. Be interesting to see if there's any like references to Alien Isolation as well. It'd be cool if there was like a save spot that was similar looking. Like, lol, no problem. Thank you. That's a great animated movie. Lynchmob, you just got done helping out friends with GTA Online. You were only missing one person in your group, but you managed trying to do heists because you were all saving up cash for your characters for the mention update. And you already finished the new mission, so you're just waiting while doing other jobs for your rewards once it drops on December 9th. Oh, that's getting really closer as well to December 9. But that's a good idea as well. Get all that sorted before the time. That way you'll have what you need ahead of time. So what kinds of things do they have with the mention update? Is it like a whole new location that you get to explore? Like, this mission looks familiar, but you can't quite pinpoint it in your memory bank. Yeah, this is one of the War Machine missions, and it's one of the optional ones. The one that you have to do as part of the story is the machine gun, and then the other three are just optional ones. I've done the bomber one, and now doing this one, and then after that I'll have the tank mission. So I wanted to do all these one after the other. And then I've got to progress the story a bit because there's some Borgia towers I can't access yet. And I'd like to get the music for having like full notoriety and stuff in those parts. Dr. Darling, full notoriety, AC Revelations 15th anniversary playthrough. Yeah, I've started to sort of think of what I want to do for that game's 15th anniversary. Thinking about too what I want to do for the annual playthroughs next year. I know for sure that what I'm doing for Origins, but I'm going to keep that up my sleeve until I actually get to it. But next year, instead of having breaks between groupings of Assassin's Creed games for my annual playthroughs, I'm actually just going to do them back to back again. In Meta, overall Devil in Me felt like you were playing Resident Evil 7, but in a remastered quality. Oh yeah, because I remember early on in Meta when the old lady in the rocking chair appeared, and you said it reminded you of Evelyn from Resident Evil 7. But that's a good call too, because you have Lucas and his traps that he sets up. So you have that angle of some sadistic mastermind causing havoc. Damn it. I thought I could pause before it triggered that next bit of music. Now it's been interrupted by me. Not to worry. In Mita, you liked how in the end the curator also felt threatened by something and left. That was very intriguing when that happened. When I saw it again recently, I was sort of thinking to myself, I wonder what they might be setting up for the next game in the series, with the curator as well. Ledgemob, so far you think it's a better safe house for your character that maybe comes with something big, but you don't know what it would be if it does come with something big to do in the mansion. But if Rockstar is giving a $2 million discount reward to all players that complete the new mission before December 9, just tells you whatever mansion you purchase, no matter the price, it'll be really expensive. Would it be really cool then, Lynchmob, if you could customize it as well? I mean, that's something that I guess they would need to overhaul stuff to be able to allow. But that's the thing too with things like that, not knowing exactly what's going to happen. Hopefully it's a good thing though, and that the surprise won't be a terrible thing. Hey there, Code, good morning. You spit your morning coffee to the table as you saw raw chicken walk to those guards. Yeah, Code. Yeah, it can be very tricky to pull off because you get into the groove of what he's doing, and then you start to mistime the input to make him do it, and then have to start again. But I love doing that. You can do it as Altair in Assassin's Creed 1. You can't do it as Desmond, though, in present time, in AC1. You can do it as Ezio in Assassin's Creed 2. And I think you can do it as Desmond in that game as well. And then same with this one. But in Revelations, though, to get Ezio to do it, he starts to do it, but then no matter what timing you try, he'll just stop. So I think they just cancelled the full animation of it. Hey there, Afro. Welcome on in. Yeah, Afro and Mita and Lynchmob. It definitely is a cat jam. Well, not a cat jam, but, you know, a head jam. I really like this music too, as well. Thank you, Lynchmob, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Mita, yeah, you're thinking the same thing. You wonder if they will be using the same face model or if they will use the face of the actual actor. That's a good question, Mita, because, yeah, the actor who does provides the likeness, Tony Pankhurst, having passed away, I don't know if they'll be able to still use his face model. There might be some way that if they can't use it, that they could explain why the curator looks different. Okay, so I've got an Arnie movie scene. I think this is what you're looking for. You set us up. It's all bullshit. All of it. The cabinet minister. The whole business. Got us in here to do your dirty work. Look, we just stopped a major invasion. In 3 days they'd have been crossing the border with this stuff. Why us? Because nobody else could have pulled it off. You're pissed about the cover story. I knew I couldn't get you in without it. So, what story did you hand to Hopper? Look, we've been looking for this place for months. My men were in that chopper when it got hit. Hopper's orders were to go in and get my men, and he disappeared. He didn't disappear. He was skinned alive. And my orders were to get somebody new I could crack these bastards. So, you cooked up a story and dropped the 6 of us in the meat grinder. What happened to you, Dylan? Used to be somebody I could trust. I woke up. Why don't you? You're an asset, an expendable asset. And I used you to get the job done, got it? My men are not expendable, and I don't do this kind of work. That is, of course, from Predator. It's interesting, actually, because in a lot of Arnie's movies, sometimes he does pronounce words that start with W with the V sound, and I think from memory that's one of them. And then there's some that he doesn't. And when it comes to actually doing the impression, sometimes I need to put a pause in where he might not have it, because obviously with doing an impression, I need to reset my mouth for certain words because there's a difference in how he says them. Obviously, he doesn't have to worry about that. Any words that people say naturally in their natural accent, they don't have to think about what they're actually doing different when they're actually speaking. So when I do the Arnie impression, I have to sort of like put a pause in to give myself the ability to change things up to match, or even just to give myself a bit of a breather as well. There's some lines in some movies where he just basically says it without really taking a pause at all between words, but I need to take that pause to let me do the impression. Thank you for redeeming that, Lynch Mob. Afro good, going with AC3, collected all the almanac pages, made all the inventions, you only have the challenges, and leveling up your assassins to go. Oh, and also the feathers. The feathers. A classic collectible in the AC series. They should bring that back. Not. That's great progress though, Afro. That's really good. Those almanac pages, I read them one time on stream, and it was definitely a mouthful. Like, seriously. Hello there, Dreadnought. I hope things are going well. Oh, the Arnie impression is not available, damn it. Yeah, Dread. Yeah, it was redeemed, let me see, 20 minutes ago, so there's still a bit of a cooldown on it. It'll be available in another 40 minutes, or thereabouts. Like, Ezio's baby brother was the one who started that for the games, right? That's true. Like, yeah, in Assassin's Creed 1, there were no feathers as collectibles, but in AC2 there was like a story reason why Ezio would collect the feathers. There's some really good cutscenes that happen when you get halfway through collecting the feathers. If you go to the box and put them in, you'll get a little bit of a cutscene, and then of course when you get all the feathers, you'll also get a cutscene too. In-game reward wise, it's not really that great of a reward that you get, but the cutscenes are really good. So if you don't feel like doing the collecting to get the cutscenes, then if you go on YouTube, you should be able to find those cutscenes with the feathers. Lunchmob, your impression of Arnie is a godsend gift ever since you came across your channel playing GTA 4. Well, thank you, Lunchmob. I'm glad that you enjoy the impression. That's awesome. Thank you for redeeming things that relate to doing an Arnie impression as well. It's also fun to do. I have a lot of fun. Hey, Pearly Snow. Welcome on in. How's your weekend going? Hope you're all having a great end of the weekend. Absolutely. Definitely, for sure. Yeah, having a good weekend. Doing some more Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. How's yours going? Like, really? You gotta search it up. It's been years. You had no idea they gave us cutscenes from the AC2. That's true. Like, yeah. There's also in Revelations a cutscene you can get with Sophia if you get all the books in the game. Once you buy them all and you go to the assassin hideout, she'll be there, and then her and Ezio will have a bit of a conversation about that. I like when they kind of put that stuff in, you know. In Syndicate, there's also that too. If you collect all the flowers, then when you give them all to Henry, I mean, there's cutscenes as you give them, as you collect them and go back to the train and speak to Henry. But the ultimate thing, of course, is that he asks Evie to marry him, which is funny because if you've done all the collecting of those flowers, and then you can get that cutscene before even the point at which, like the point where Evie and Henry, well, Evie kind of goes cold on Henry for a little bit. Like, you can even have that cutscene happen after that story point. In Mita, the feathers are a nice reference to Bayek, even though at the time AC Origins wasn't really a thing. That's true in Mita, yeah, retroactively, the meaning of the heron feather. And I like how in Mirage they pay reference and tribute to that too, as well. It was really cool to see. And you have Altair in Assassin's Creed 1 using the feather to wipe the blood of his main target to basically prove that the assassination was done. And then in Syndicate, they pay tribute to that by having it be a white handkerchief instead of a feather. Pearly, Saturday's going very nicely, cooking some dinner. Awesome, that's great to hear. That's really good. I hope you enjoy your dinner. That's cool. Like feathers for Henry Green, flowers for Petruchio. Yeah, it's such a shame what happens with Ezio's father and brothers as well. Like that look on Petruchio's face before they all get hanged is just so tragic and sad. Oh, sorry, like, I thought you were mixing it up on purpose. That's all good. That's no worries. What I might do, instead of restarting the memory, I might just get desynchronized, and then that should put me back at that checkpoint. Because the music that starts, I didn't realize it was going to start when I paused, so I'll just desynchronize, and then whatever checkpoint, because we just got the checkpoint, so it should put me right there again. Oh, so you can't damage your own boat like that. Fair enough. Like, yeah, it was very sad. Do you remember being a kid thinking that he was a girl until you read later on that it was actually Ezio's little brother? But still crazy to hang a child because of the actions of the father. While they kept close ties with Alberto as well to you, he didn't even look trustworthy. Yeah, like, he was very, very manipulative. He does have a reason for doing what he did, but at the end of the day, he aligned himself with a family that didn't give a shit for anyone other than themselves, and obviously anyone else who was in the high society and stuff. And they well and truly were willfully siding with the Templars, and they weren't coerced or anything like that. They naturally wanted to be involved. And Rodrigo even admits to Ezio later on that he didn't have to have his brothers killed. He just wanted to, so that adds another sadistic layer to Rodrigo Borgia as well. But yeah, that look of horror on his eyes, and it's a game from 2009, so obviously by now there's been major improvements in performance capture and all that kind of stuff. But even in older games like Assassin's Creed 2, the expressions that they were managed to able to get, I mean, at the time they were like, wow, but now, even though they can be much more advanced, it's more also the emotion behind it, and that is still very much effective. Code Boston Tea Party 0.5, that is true. Way before the Boston Tea Party, Ezio was on that naval cannon. Like, that's so fucked up. Rodrigo really was a sick bastard. Absolutely, like he was. Yeah, I think he basically says he wanted to make an example. Dreadnought, remember fighting him? He was such an easy win. Rodrigo Borgia, yeah. I like to kick him in the nuts until he falls to the ground, and then I have Ezio continue to kick him in the nuts, and then grab him, and then rinse and repeat. It's just so funny. Plus the noises he makes, he's like, oh, every time you do it. With that War Machine mission, it now leaves the tank one. Like, Ezio chose to forgive him is wild. It speaks to his growth as a character in AC2. But the sick bastard was eventually killed by an even sicker bastard. That is true, like, that's the thing too, like, having to have him die in the year in which he died in real life, of course, meant that they couldn't have Ezio for that particular reason to kill him. Even though, if they had chosen to, I still think that would have been fine. It's okay to fudge the date of death of someone for, fictional purposes. But I definitely feel that the fact that it was actually Cesare, his own flesh and blood, who ultimately kills him, keeping it as a family murder, is definitely very fitting, considering Rodrigo Borgia commissioned a family murder with Ezio's brothers and father. So I think the way that Rodrigo got his death in the end was a lot more poetic. Having said that, though, it's one of those things where people still don't have to like the fact that Ezio let him go. But yeah, I just felt that the way that Rodrigo ends up dying was still very satisfying. Afro, well, what's happening to your audio? Is it just me? Oh yeah, it was just you. Oh, was it? It was like 5 of me speaking together. That would have been weird, that would have been weird, that would have been weird. And Mita, even in real life, he wasn't a good pope from what you have read. Yeah, and Mita, like very twisted, and you know, the fact that he had incestuous relationships with his daughter was disgusting. Let's have Ezio fast travel to that spot. I think that's close enough to the Leonardo mission start. Like, yeah, they had to line it up with his actual real-life death date. That's true, like, yeah, that's one of the reasons to not have Ezio kill him. It's definitely a bold move to have a character that you play as, and you get that sort of expectation that when Ezio finally faces off against Rodrigo, that you're going to be able to end his life as Ezio, and that would definitely have been very fitting as well. And if that's how things went, I still would have been happy with them doing that. As it stands, the getting poisoned by your own that Cesare does to Rodrigo, definitely very, very fitting and ironic, you know, doing all this for a relic that is, you know, referred to as an apple of Eden, yet actually being killed by a proper, literal, organic apple. There's also that aspect too. Afro killed by an apple. That's it. And not throwing at his head either, although that would be funny. Yeah, and Mita, so very, very messed up, to put it mildly. Afro, there's a great video of historians breaking down the history of the Borgia family. I'll send it to you. Also, I didn't know you have your own Discord, Rod. Oh, yeah, Afro. Yeah, I'll put a link to it, because I don't have a command for that, so I'll just grab a link. There we go. That'll be cool, Afro, to see. Definitely interesting, a lot of the videos that you can find about historical events and figures. Like, Al-Mualim death to you was the creepiest in the Assassin's Creed games, because he literally talks to you from the grave after you kill him. And fast forward to Revelations, you wonder if that was one of the reasons Altair decided to burn the body. After fighting him, he thought dude was a straight up wizard, probably. That's a good thing to point out, actually. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the reasons why Ezio does that. Because he definitely does it too, because he wants to make sure that it's actually Al-Mualim dying, because of the illusions that he created by creating clones of himself. But that definitely also would be a reason, I imagine, that he wanted to do it too, because he might have thought that getting rid of his body would sever that kind of connection. Oh, I forgot to go to a pigeon coop and get some more assassin recruits on the missions. It's a good opportunity to do that while I'm doing these Leonardo War Machine missions. Hey, AC, thank you very much for the 40 stream streak. Thank you very much for that. Get streaked, nerd. Must have been the streak. Thank you so much for that, AC. How's your day going today? Okay, Afro, so I'll just change your role on Discord so you'll be able to post in the channels where people can post and stuff. Thank you for joining as well. And me too, it's even raining outside, perfect day to be home. I'll say that's really good timing as well, that you're home and don't have to be, you know, at work and then potentially going out in the rain. Like, yeah, Almulin was doing some freaky stuff with that apple. Wonder if he had first Civ DNA. Had to, right? You don't know the mystery of it all, makes you want to replay it. You just wish Ubisoft respected the game that started it all with a remake or remaster at least. Yeah. So that's the thing, once they introduced the sages into the series, any character that was missing an eye can potentially be a sage, because that's how you tell if someone's a sage in the AC series, if they have two different colored eyes. So with Al-Mualim, one of his eyes is actually blind, and I think he got that during some kind of fight or something like that. But the other thing is too, by even being able to control the apple, he definitely had to have something related to Isu DNA, because people who have that in their DNA genetic makeup, they're able to withstand those things a little bit more. Like for some, they might have to train themselves to get more used to it. Like when you see Ezio use the apple in Brotherhood, you could just call it a gameplay reason why he takes damage from it, but you could also say that he's not fully used to using it yet. So there's some side effect to him using it. Whereas later on, when he possesses the pieces of Eden and, you know, uses it, it doesn't, you know, doesn't have any of that effect on him. AC going alright, doing the things with the homies. Very nice, AC, that's good, dude. That's really good. Especially too on a weekend as well. It's good when you can use weekends for things like that. Dreadnought, what is the saddest death for everyone in the Assassin's Creed franchise? Oh man, that's really tough. I think for me, one of the ones that would be up there is when Ezio has Cristina die in his arms, when he finds her during the Bonfire of the Vanities in Florence, and she's mortally wounded and she dies in his arms. I think that's pretty sad as well. And you've got Altair losing Maria in Revelations. That's definitely one of the things too. For me, a big one is of course, Ezio losing his father and brothers as well. Then there's also Bayek and Aya losing their son Hamu. That's really sad too. Like Yusuf, number 1 for you, Evie 2, Edwards, Pirate Crew 3, Bayek Sun 4, and lastly Ezio. That would be your order. That's a good choice of those, like, for sure. Yeah, Yusuf was such a great character. I really wish that we actually got a game where we played as him. I think it would have been cool to see his origins as an assassin, and also it'd be funny to have an homage to when Ezio gets given the hook blade. It'd be funny to have some kind of conversation that Yusuf has with his mentor when the mentor gives him the hook blade. His mentor could be like, we have this new attachment for the hidden blade. It's called a hook and a blade. And then Yusuf can be like, I gather it has 2 parts, the hook and the blade. Very astute, Yusuf. Or something along those lines. And it'd be cool if that game had ended with Yusuf years later, of course, because it'd be cool to have his story take place over a number of years. The end scene would be when he hears news that Ezio has arrived on the ship, and then he goes off to meet him. Like, that'd be a great way to connect the final scene in a Yusuf game with one of the early scenes in Revelations. Dreadnought, you have 2 deaths in Black Flag in order to see Alexius's wife or Cassandra's husband. Oh yeah, Dreadnought. Yeah. As far as Nima versus Natakis goes, I definitely preferred how Nima was portrayed. Like, Yusuf was so lively, it was like he was an assassin but didn't change his personality. He was still a pretty cool, likable guy. Made sure our boy Ezio familiar with the city and gave him info on the Ottomans. Exactly, like, that's a good way to describe Yusuf. And there's definitely a similar aspect to younger Ezio in Yusuf as well. And despite all the things that have happened, Yusuf still is able to have that kind of, like, outside of being an assassin thing to call upon, you know. As you say, you know, he doesn't, didn't change his personality. Very haunting kind of vocals for that. Hey there, Octavius. A bit late. That's all good. How you doing, Rod? Yesterday you went beast mode, streamed for over 10 hours. That is true, yeah. I finished Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and that was about a 4-hour stream. And then I did Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice for a bit. And I think that was almost 8 hours for that stream. Thank you very, very much, Octavius, for the 3-stream streak. Thank you. I really appreciate that a lot. how's your day going today? Just about to do this tank mission, which for this playthrough, the first priority is the music. So if I fail the full sync, then that's okay. The only reason I'm doing the full sync in this playthrough is because I need 75% total sync to unlock the final Cristina memory. And I want to wait until I've got that final Cristina memory before doing any of those, so I can all do them together as well. But yeah, this tank one, this one can be tricky towards the end there. There is a cheese way to get through the final phase of this mission without taking damage. You can have the tank hide behind the white sort of like graphical wall that gets put up. As long as you don't go too far back into it to desynchronize, you can get this sweet spot where you can still attack the enemies and do damage to them, but when they shoot at you, that protective wall actually blocks their attacks. So you can cheese it if you want. But yeah, for this playthrough, the first priority is to just get the music aspect and all that. And then if I do fail the optional objective, then I can just redo the mission as well. Octavius, you've perfected 7 Assassin's Creed titles. Funny though you never played Brotherhood. Oh, that's interesting, Octavius. I wonder what you would think about it if you play it. It introduced the chain kill in the game as well. Before that, it wasn't a thing until this game. Sona, you too follow someone while also turning around so as not to appear sus. Yeah, Soda, it's so funny the ways that you can make characters move in these early games, making the character spin around quickly on the spot, trying to make the movement matching with the piece of music that's happening at the time. Octavius, so basically you muted the game and added its songs. Pretty much, although all the music you hear is there naturally, normally. It's just that sound effects and dialogue might cover over some of it as well. And there's little pieces of music that are probably a bit softer than the other elements of the music. So those soft parts of the music could be covered over by a sound effect or dialogue. So I like to make sure that when I do these kinds of playthroughs, every element of the music is able to be heard instead of having it covered over with dialogue and sound effects and stuff. Alright, I think it's doubled up music. Synchronize and see if the music is glitched. Because sometimes the music doubles up. Alright, so the music's looped here. Like Ezio first to give us dancing selfies back in the late 1400s, while a fight's going on literally directly right behind Ezio. But he's just like, no, need to do the head jam. Hey there, Anemone. Good morning to you as well. Welcome on in. How's your morning going so far? I've never actually read the name of the NPCs that are helping Ezio right now, and I only just noticed that the second one is called a cannoneer. I wonder if that actually is a word or not. I only just noticed it. Mercenary cannoneer. Anemone, it's been good, no loud music yet. Yet. Yeah, that speaker looks pretty good too that you got, Anemone. Definitely sounds like some good sound will come out of it. Anemone, oh yeah, that speaker is a beast. Definitely got a decent size for it as well. So coming up is the part where we get into the tank. As I was saying at the start of the memory, the priority is not the synchronization of not taking damage, it's the music. If I do get through this without taking damage in the tank, then that's cool and all. But if I don't, then once this level's done, I might give it another shot, and then that way I'll cover the music aspect first. Anemone, yep, your revenge will be sweet. It's funny sometimes when the music just goes dun 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 and just stops like that. I just noticed something too. I forgot to actually pin at the top of chat the message about what I'm actually doing in this playthrough. So I'll put that in chat now and then put that at the top. There we go. So that has the command for music. Yeah, Sona. It's really cool in games when you can have the character do some kind of like facial movement that matches something like a dance or nodding the head and stuff like that. Um, that one of Altair, I got that from Assassin's Creed 2 when you do the memory where you're playing as Altair again. Because in Assassin's Creed 1, you can't actually do that kind of head movement. No matter how fast you are, they will still say the dialogue where they're like, "You took your time." I know they didn't say that, but essentially, they diss Ezio for taking too long. Hey, Raid. This is everyone's favorite mission, right? Oh, yeah, the tank mission. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the tank controls 100% smoothly. There's no kind of like second to second adjustments you need to make when trying to get it to move the way you want, and also to make sure that you're not going to bump into something or have something shoot you. How's it going, Raid? So that's all the Leonardo War Machine's done for the playthrough. That music that played in that tank machine mission, there was changes that were added the further it went on. Um, I was kind of expecting that there would be a difference in the final arena, but there wasn't, but that's okay. But that's all the Leonardo stuff done, except for the DLC. I'm also doing that too, but not right now. I'm going to wait till I finish the main story. Even though that DLC takes place between sequence 8 and 9 of the main story, I'm going to leave that till the last thing that I do for this playthrough. But now we get the parachute, which can come in handy in certain situations. In this game, though, once you have the parachute active, you can't drop and then do another one. I found out that I found that out the hard way. But in Revelations, you can. In Revelations, you can glide with your parachute, drop from it, and then use another parachute, and so on and so forth. But in this game, you can only use it one per parachute. Oops, I forgot to to have Ezio withdraw the money. Let's have a look where our total synchronization is currently up to. 46.53. The final Cristina memory unlocks when you reach 75%. Haven't done any of her memories yet, even though we've already unlocked some of them. I want to wait till I've got them all unlocked and then do them one after the other. Octavius, you're uploading photos from your journey to the ancient palace of Agae in Macedonia. I probably butchered that name. Greece, and the theatre Philip II, father of Alexander the Great, where he was assassinated. Oh, so is there only like a certain, like I imagine there's only a certain time that each day they allow visitors to have a look? Is it sort of like very early in the morning to just in the afternoon, do you know? But that is so cool too, to have structures that are from ancient times that are still standing, to still be able to visit and see in the flesh. Octavius, it's an ancient site, palace, theatre, and the underground tombs, the gold stuff they had back in the day. Oh, interesting. Then it makes you think of all the people over the centuries that have actually walked on the same ground and gone through the same areas. Like, imagine being back then and thinking about potentially how a location that you've lived in will end up not just in 10 years, but try like, hundreds of years to see the difference. I mean, obviously they wouldn't be able to see the difference, but you know what I mean. It's kind of like the imagination to think how long something might be standing for and all the differences and changes that might come along. So it's exactly, yeah, they'd be quite surreal as well to visit locations like that. Raid, you've long wanted to visit Masyaf Castle. With the regime change in Syria, if all goes well, that may be possible in a few years. That's the interesting thing about a lot of the stuff in Assassin's Creed, is the locations that were actual ones, with Masyaf being one of them. There's definitely some interesting documentaries that look at the origins of the real life assassins. Obviously, for video game purposes, they made changes and stuff, but it is interesting to see the difference between what it actually was and the entertainment fictionalized, version that Assassin's Creed has adopted. Octavius, unfortunately, Assassin's Creed Odyssey did not include hundreds of important places, but you get it at some point. That is a shame, though, because that's the other thing, too, like the amount of locations and trying to fit them all in to a finite space. Because obviously, the amount of ground that can be covered IRL is different to the amount of ground that has to be covered when constructing a virtual city version of that. Hey there, Noble, welcome. You have an Alan Wake 2 question? Oh, sure, go ahead. How's things going? Raid, you've made it clear that you're not a fan of Unity, but you certainly appreciate the 1-to-1 scale replica of Notre Dame Cathedral that's in it. Yeah, Raid. That's the thing, too. The scope and scale of structures and the capabilities of video games that has evolved to be able to make it match or to improve the scale from what it used to be and what was possible. And also a lot of stuff related to the architecture and not having to take as many shortcuts or leave out certain elements, and being able to actually do more accurate as time went on. Noble, is the game just like one area, or you can backtrack freely? Yeah, you've got a few different locations, and you can fast travel to them basically by car. And within those locations, there might be some story moments where you can't go out of a zone as well, but you can't travel, for example, from Watery to Bright Falls on foot, though. You can only do that by getting into the car, and then it'll teleport you there. But yeah, pretty much you've got the ability to explore. There's some parts that are cut off because you need a certain tool to get past and stuff like that. So there definitely are limits and things. But you definitely can go back to locations and pick up stuff that you might have missed, things that you didn't notice before, and things like that. Right, same with the pyramids in Origins. Oh yeah. I wish that the camera would pull back further when you're actually sliding down the pyramids, because it's very hard to get a full body shot of Bayek sliding down the pyramid, because the way that the camera is positioned, it's too close to be able to get his full body in frame as he's sliding down. But the fact that you can slide down the pyramids in that game has definitely been fun as well. Noble kind of said what happened to Notre Dame. That's true, yeah. That's the other thing too. Structures that last for a while, but something comes along and destroys it fully or just partially, and trying to restore it, and all the work and effort that would go into that. Hey there, love. Hello again. Welcome back. Hope things are going well. Story-wise, and we haven't done any main story for a while, but story-wise, we're up to sequence 4, Den of Thieves, but within that, we've already done some memories. So just to do a quick recap, we had to go into Castel Sant'Angelo and assassinate Cesare and Rodrigo, which didn't end up happening, but we were able to rescue Caterina Sforza, who was imprisoned. So Lucrezia had the key to Caterina's cell. Then we had to escape the castle with Caterina and head for the stables. And then, as they fled on horseback, we escorted Caterina on horseback. And then we got to the point where Ezio started to recruit people to become assassins. The liberation of Roma has begun well and truly by this point. So we've recruited as many as we can up to this point. And then we had this Malfatto guy that was hunting girls near the Tiber, so we located and killed him. And then we had to kill Silvestro Sabatini and freed the slaves that he had. And then we met or caught back up with Leonardo da Vinci, which then unlocked the machine gun Leonardo War Machine mission that we had to do. So I've done that, and I've also done the other 3 War Machines as well, which are optional. So if you're not doing a full completionist playthrough, or you're not worried about doing every single side activity, then you don't have to do the other 3 War Machines. But for this playthrough, I wanted to cover any music in those that might have been different. So that's where we're actually up to in the story. Noble, but did you know if it wasn't for the fire, they would not have found a secret lair that had treasure inside? Really? That's the other thing too. Like, you think about all the technology they have now to be able to scan through the ground and potentially see any hidden chambers and passageways that have for a while gone unnoticed because the technology wasn't advanced enough, or at least not able to, do too much damage to actually get to it, and being able to see it via different means and stuff. So that's interesting that they found a secret lair type thing. noble. It wasn't like gold. It was just rare stuff like art and stuff. That's still pretty cool though, because there's so much stuff that might have existed that was known, but through one way or another it became lost. But it wasn't lost in the sense of being destroyed, but lost as in just, misplaced and hidden, and those who had the knowledge for it didn't tell anyone else, but maybe there was like a little bit of evidence that they left behind, which at the time it could have been at a point where forensics technology wasn't as advanced as it is now. I'm going to have Ezio go through the underwater entrance to the hideout, because I just like the novelty of seeing water dripping from his outfit as he goes into the cutscene. I don't know what the technical term is for cutscenes like that, but they're definitely something that nowadays is very, very sort of like standard to have. And some to very, very comedic results, like in Red Dead Redemption 2. Being able to make certain things happen in a cutscene based on what you've done in the gameplay that happens before the trigger for the cutscene.
From now on, you'll have no identifying marks of any kind. You'll not stand out in any way. Your entire image is crafted to leave no lasting memory with anyone you encounter. You're a rumor, recognizable only as deja vu and dismissed just as quickly. You don't exist. You were never even born. Anonymity is your name. Silence your native tongue. You're no longer part of the system. You're above the system. Over it. Beyond it. We are them. We are they. We are the Men in Black.
Thank you for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. Haven't seen those movies for a very long time. I remember seeing the second one when it came out at the movies, and I liked it enough, but in some ways it was just basically the same structure as the first movie, but flipped. So instead of Agent K being the one recruiting Agent J, it was the other way around because obviously Agent K had retired after the events of the first movie. But I really liked the third one though, with the time travel, but I never saw that new one that came out. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Dr. Nulling, you have some cool movies in mind to steal quotes from. They are redacted. That's a good idea as well. Yeah, it's very, very interesting to see what movie quotes and stuff you might come up with for redemptions. Oh no, Noble, that's Assassin's Creed 2. Okay, so we've unlocked some more thief assignments, courtesan assignments, and also assassination contracts. So I'm going to go off and do those, just in case there's any music in them that isn't in the main story missions. I pressed the button for the parachute, but obviously you need to press the button for the parachute at some point when you start the jump, before halfway through. Hello, Anasune. Welcome. How's things been? Hello there, Extreme. Welcome on in. Extreme difficulty reading lips when he's doing a quest. That is true, yeah, in this music-only playthrough. No dialogue or sound effects. Anasune doing alright. Thought you'd give Resident Evil 1 original another shot. You can never figure out what to do though, and keep dying. Thank fuck for it being emulated though, since you can just rewind and avoid being sent back. Who knows how far with each death. Yeah, that's the thing. It can be very tough too, when also you get so engrossed in the game that you don't save, and then when you die, you realize that it was a long time ago when you saved last as well. But that's cool that you're giving it another shot as well. And if you ever need to use a guide, definitely don't blame you as well, Anasune. Anasune, you tried looking up things for the game, but 90% of what pops up is advice for the remake, so you're not sure how compatible those tips are with the original. Oh yeah, Anasune, definitely recommend ignoring the remake ones when you're playing the original, because there's also layout changes and stuff like that. I think the website, I don't know if it's still running because I haven't actually checked for a while, but gamefacts.com, I think they still might have, if they're still up, I think they still might have the guides that were used for the original Resident Evil, you know, back in the late 90s. Yeah, that's the one, Anasune, yeah. I mean, you could also, on YouTube, there might be some good guides for that as well. Even if it's like a speedrun guide, like, as long as it's not one where they're doing skips and stuff like that. Octavius, what are my thoughts on the new Steam console PC? You know, I haven't actually really looked into it. But, I mean, if they're going into the console market, given the range of titles that they have and also, you know, digital copies of their games and stuff, it'd definitely be something that I would at least be interested in keeping an eye on. Octavius, you're definitely going to buy the handheld one. Oh yeah. I mean, that's the other thing too, as well. Especially if the capabilities of it are to be able to actually play modern games on it. And not just games, you know, that came out, you know, 4 years ago or something, but literal new games. Apparently so, on Asune, yeah. Yeah, apparently, I mean, I don't know when it comes out or anything like that, but it's definitely something that's a thing. That friggin' civilian getting in the way. When you do an assassination on an unaware enemy, there's a short window of opportunity where you can get one-hit kills with a hidden blade on the other enemies before combat is forced. And so that's what I was trying to do, but of course the civilian had to walk right in front of the enemy I was trying to do the assassination on. They decreased the window of opportunity in this game, but in Assassin's Creed 2, if there's a group of 4 enemies, if you're quick enough, even with just one hidden blade, you can deal with one and then the other 3 pretty quickly. Obviously with a double hidden blade you can do it much quicker. Understand, you must live under a rock, lol. It's totally understandable though, like, there is so much stuff that is going on. Like right now, there could be something that just was announced. But will everyone know it was announced? Probably not. There's just so much stuff that's constantly happening all around the world at the exact same time, even though it might be day or night, depending, and it might be a different actual like time on the clock or something. So it's definitely understandable that there'll be things that get announced that not everyone will be finding out about the same day or, you know, the next day. Understand, there were 3 Resident Evil games on a sale in a bundle recently, but you ended up not getting it simply because you've fallen into the trap, for lack of a better word, of buying a few games in a series only to never get up to those games in said series, making the purchase a waste of money so many times already. That's definitely no problem at all, because I would do the same thing as well. At least you know that ahead of time it might take a while to get to something. If it's something that is very, very low price, I'll still get it, even if it might take a while to get to it. But if there's something that you can wait to play until later on, then you may as well keep that money for other stuff. Nickerbait15, thank you for redeeming the Leap of Fail. Let's see. Might do a Leap of Fail off of that building. Alright, so I'm going to do a Leap of Fail into the inside of this building from the top of the roof. There we go, Nickerbait. Thank you very much for redeeming the Leap of Fail. Also landed on that seat as well. Ouch. Hey buddy, you got a dead cat in the air, or what? Possible response. Yes, no. Or what? Go away. Please, come back later. Fuck you, asshole. I didn't know if you wanted me to say those words as well, or not, Dr. Darling. But I thought I would include those and then not repeat the last one so that it was more punchy, so that the final choice was actually the text that you had last, which is what he actually chooses in The Terminator. Thank you for redeeming that from The Terminator. It's a funny moment. That's true, Anasune. Enemies become suspicious seeing a dead body, unless it's the dead body of their enemy, because then they'll be like, aha, our enemy's been defeated. But if it's actually one of their allies, they might get really suspicious. Unless they don't actually like the ally and they don't care that that ally got killed, and so they won't become suspicious seeing the dead body of the ally that they didn't like in the first place. Dr. Darling, you wanted to just make it a bit longer, but you voiced it regardless. Yeah, there's no worries at all, Dr. Darling, because I thought, just in case you did want me to, then I'd do it, and then finalize it with the actual thing that he chooses, instead of saying, one of the options that he hadn't chosen yet, being the one that he ends up choosing. Anasune, this is probably a dumb question, but by won't say anything other than the actual words in redeem, does that mean you won't say emojis, or does it mean something else? Oh yeah, Anasune, that's just to make sure that if the amount of text that the person wants me to say is way longer than what's allowed, I wanted to have like a cap where it's not, the person can say, hey, read this whole chapter from this book. So that's basically what it's meaning. Having said that, though, if you redeem something that you want me to say in the redeem box and it doesn't fit all of it, and what's remaining is like a couple of extra words, or if it's a full sentence, or if it's two sentences, then I don't mind if that just gets put into regular chat outside of the redeem box. But yeah, anything larger than that, like a full big paragraph extra on top, is definitely something that I wouldn't do included in the actual redeem, because then it becomes a thing of, oh, if someone can have that much said, then I'll add even more on top. So it's just a way to have a little bit of a limit. Oh yeah, Anemone, that's no trouble at all. Thank you so much for being here and chatting and lurking as well. Definitely catch you another time. I hope that things go well and that you also enjoy the new speaker that you got. That. Come off a game. Anamone, well, hope same here for you. See ya, and thanks. No trouble at all, Anamone, and thank you very much. Definitely will have a great time with more music from this game. There we go. Okay, that's better. That optional objective can be tricky. Hello there, Not Fry. How's your day going today? Oh, that's really good, Not Fry. Glad to hear that it was going alright. That's cool. As for me, it's going really, really well. Making good progress in this too. I've done all the Leonardo war machines and covered the music in those, so that's all done. We got the parachute from Leonardo as a reward for that. Right now I've got Ezio doing assassination contracts, and we've almost finished the ones that became available at this point. So yeah, it's been going really, really well. I'll just wait the 40 seconds for this final assassin recruit on a mission to finish the mission. Yeah, Not Fry. It was funny too because it was the flying machine mission where the first pass through, because there's moments where you have to destroy enemy towers without a time limit, it gives me opportunity to wait as long as possible for the music to loop or stop. But then you get to a point in that mission where you have a time limit to get the other enemies destroyed. And so it was a delicate thing of allowing enough time for the music to play out as much as it could without desynchronizing by either crashing or by the enemy reaching their destination in time, which would cause a desynchronization as well. So that was a bit tricky, and towards the end of that memory ended up taking damage. One of the requirements for optional objectives is not to take damage in the bomb-up. So after I finished that and got all the music, I was then able to just get into the thick of it and get the optional objective. Because it's not a playthrough where I have to get like 100% total synchronization. It's just I want to do as much as I can to bump it up to 75%. Because when it reaches 75%, that'll be the final Cristina memory that unlocks, which is this icon here. I like to wait until I've unlocked them all before doing them, but you can do them as they pop up based on your total synchronization progression. Yeah, not fry. Very complex doing a playthrough like this. I mean, if you want to, cover as much music as possible. It's like in a combat scenario in games. In Rise of the Tomb Raider with the final boss fight, there was music that changed depending on whether or not the final boss detects Lara after she goes into hiding. And so I had to keep on going around and around and around this structure within the arena and make sure that I didn't go too fast, otherwise he'd detect Lara, and make sure I wasn't going too slow that he would detect Lara. Meanwhile, I'm trying to get all the music to play out before she gets detected again. And there was a time where she got detected, which cut off the music before it looped or stopped, so I had to restart the thing again. So in those respects, it does become like a little bit of a little challenge playthrough, doing music only. Hello, Lizzie. Welcome. How's your day going today? Yeah, not right. It can be very frustrating too. Because it's having to concentrate not only on what I'm doing with the character, but keeping track of where the enemy is, plus keeping track of where the music is at. It's like, has this piece of music looped yet? Or has one part of it looped, but then it's progressed to the next part where it's very similar, but they've added a tiny different instrument. Lizzie, you're going fine, you guess. I see, Lizzie. Well, if things aren't going too well, I hope that things improve for you today. Anasune, something you've thought about doing is having a Brotherhood save slot with Cristina memories unlocked. So, as you're playing AC2, you'd switch to Brotherhood to play those Cristina memories as they chronologically happen. That's a really good idea, Anasune, to do it that way. It would definitely be interesting to play it in that kind of order. There's a certain story point where I feel like, because essentially Ezio is himself having memories of Cristina, and he's obviously thinking back on those years and the events, which ties into the start of the present day story, where there's like something that Ezio seems to be, distracted by, essentially. And so that ties into that, where he's thinking about his past. And so I figure the best point where that would be a thing, narrative-wise, would probably be when Caterina leaves. Because it's another major loss of someone. It's very different to Cristina's loss, because obviously she dies, unfortunately. And Caterina obviously dies eventually, but Ezio was hoping that there'd be some future with her, but because of his duty as an assassin, and because Caterina says basically that your duty is to the assassins, I've got to go and do these things. It's there where I feel like Ezio would probably start thinking back on Cristina. That can be the fun of these games, though, is thinking about where would be a good spot to do content based on what's happening in the narrative, to try and frame it so that choosing to go off and do that content, while technically it's breaking from the main story to do it, it could be linked somehow to a certain point in the story where it's like, okay, this is somewhere where it could fit into a series of events. Okay, so there's more assassination contracts in the game to do, but we need to progress to the next point where they become available. So all currently available assassination contracts we've done. Oh, hey, Anmita. Hearing the rain outside made you fall asleep. That's totally understandable. That's for sure. Hope you had a good rest. I did all the Leonardo War Machine missions. All the currently available assassination contracts have been done as well. There were also some Courtesan and Thief missions that became available. I'm going to leave the Courtesan ones that popped up until last because there's a main story memory that gets triggered first before I can access them. Because I've got to speak to Maria. Oh, you did, Amita? Excellent. That's good to hear. Thanks for the GGs as well. Yeah, Vegas. Yeah, I've played Witcher 1, 2, and 3. It's funny because my original plan was to play Witcher 3 and not play 1 or 2 because at the time I didn't have access to Witcher 1. But then I remembered that I had access to Witcher 2, the Xbox version though. Then I managed to get The Witcher 1, and so I figured, well, I may as well play them from the start. And so I played through the first game, and I got stuck in Chapter 2 because there was an item needed for main story progression that I didn't actually loot from the cockatrice in the sewers. And then, when I finally realized that they were part of a set, I was like, oh, shit. So I went back to the sewer, and of course, I wasn't expecting the dead body of the cockatrice to still be there, but I thought maybe the item would be there on its own. But nope, it was despawned out of the game world. So it really pissed me off that I decided to start the game again from scratch, but using a guide. But I wanted to take a bit of a break, so I think I took like a month before I got back to Witcher 1. And I finally finished it, and the story was great. I liked the characters and all that kind of stuff, the music. but the way that they structured the quests and all that was really, really friggin' annoying. So I got through Witcher 1, and then I played Witcher 2, which was an improvement, but still not that great in terms of like the gameplay I felt. Also, when you actually look into, and maybe the PC version is different, but in the Xbox version, when you kill an enemy, or if you come across a chest, the game won't let you see what's inside the chest or what is actually on the dead body. So when you interact with it to loot, you don't know if it's going to make Geralt over encumbered or not. But the button that you press to do the light attack is the same button that you loot with. And in the middle of a fight, Geralt won't ignore looting things while you're pressing that button. He'll actually loot the damn thing in the middle of the fight. So I had a lot of moments where I wasn't wanting him to loot anything in the middle of a fight, but he did, and it just so happened that he became over encumbered, which then affected the combat. So that aspect was really, really annoying. But again, like with Witcher 1, I liked the story and all that. And then when I got to 3, it was like it was a breath of fresh air, because it really, really was a major improvement over 1 and 2. And I felt like I could understand why Witcher 3 was, so beloved. But it took me a while to get to that series, because back when Witcher 3 came out, I didn't even know the series existed. I may have seen Witcher 1 or 2 on sale somewhere in like a retailer or something, but I might not have actually looked at the back of the case or anything like that. So fast forward to the Netflix series when that first came out. I saw the first season, and I knew that it wasn't, exactly like the games and all that kind of stuff, but it made me interested enough in the world to want to actually play Witcher 3. And so that was originally what I was going to do, just play Witcher 3, but ended up playing 1, 2, and 3, and really enjoyed 3 a lot. Vegas, you've had people begging you to play Witcher 3. You've never played any of them. You just noticed that Witcher 3 Complete Edition is on sale for $9. You think you may buy it and play it. That's a really good bargain, because the 2 DLC that you get with it, they definitely have a lot of content in and of themselves. And I really like the DLC as well. You're only going to play part 3. That's definitely fair, Vegas, for sure. The one thing that suffering through the gameplay of 1 and 2 did for me was when I came across characters in Witcher 3 that were in Witcher 1 and 2, when Geralt was, meeting them again and reuniting, I was like, oh, this is so cool. Whereas if I just played Witcher 3, that stuff would have went over my head. But having said that, though, I think a lot of people have just started with Witcher 3, and they've still been able to follow what's going on and stuff, so it doesn't affect that. But it was just a nice thing, having played 1 and 2, to see characters in 3 that were in 1 and 2 and have that familiarity with them. And me too, you felt like you hadn't slept in ages. You have to get up early for work every day and don't get too much sleep, so Saturday's usually the sleep day. That's definitely fair too as well, and definitely need to get as much sleep as you can. And if you're doing something that allows you to relax enough to fall asleep and then get that really good sleep, it's definitely good. I understand. I personally have tried to play Witcher 3, however you tend to struggle with suddenly couldn't give a fuck with certain games, and unfortunately Witcher 3 was one of them. I don't blame you, Anasune. I've had that happen with games before, where I just got to a point where I didn't want to play anymore. And I was just like, I don't feel like this anymore. I'll go and play something else. Vegas, is it hard to learn to play as far as the crafting and navigating as such? Oh, I mean, there's definitely some complexity to it, for sure. But from memory, the way that they do it in Witcher 3 is different to how it's done in Witcher 1 and 2. Maybe it's closer to how it's done in 2, but I sort of struggle sometimes with really in-depth systems where I don't always explore them as in-depth as they can. And once I settle on a combination of things that I'm comfortable with and that make things more smooth for me, then I don't necessarily go and worry about the more advanced stuff. Unless I've played the game multiple times and I start to become interested in the more advanced things, or I change what I do in the playthrough to then go, I've never actually done a playthrough doing just, this weapon, or not being able to use this ability, which then makes me notice other stuff. And then some of those things I've then just incorporated to my regular playthroughs as well. Not afraid, you can definitely get the hang of it if you play enough. Yeah, that's the thing too as well. Getting used to it and getting comfortable with just remembering how it is too. It makes you also played them backwards, but it wasn't hard to catch up with all the events. That's similar to me with Resident Evil, actually, the original trilogy. I played 3 first, then 2, and then 1. But I still enjoyed all 3. And knowing what happened in 1 and 2 didn't ruin it, because I didn't know every single thing that happened in Resident Evil 2 and 1. So when I played them for the first time, I was still able to enjoy them. Anasune, you're going to go and try and see if you can figure out what to do in Resident Evil 1 original. No worries at all, Anasune. Wish you all the best with that. I hope that you can find some guide that is going to be good as well to help you with it. Nofra, you also got it during a big sale too, so you did the same thing. Was like, yeah, oh hell yeah, that's a good deal, to end up not playing it much. Then it becomes that thing of, well, at least I've got it when it gets to the point where I actually want to play it, and then don't have to scour for it and hope that at that later point it's at a decent enough price again. Was just checking if there was any music specific to that mini game, which is a mini game that I have probably played a total of however long that took just now, and potentially maybe a little bit back when the game came out, but not anything else with that mini game in between playthroughs between 2010 and now. It made it for you playing Witcher 3 first and then playing the other two was like, oh, now I know why there's this reference in 3 and what led to a certain outcome in 3. That can be the fun of it too, is working out those connections. Vegas, you mean, is it fun to play, Rod? Is it just hard to get into? Or, oh, I got you, Vegas, yeah. I mean, I definitely had fun with it, especially the mini game called Gwent as well, which is a card game. And a lot of hours in my playthrough was spent playing Gwent. It's actually a bit of a meme that the main story in Witcher 3 is not the quest to find Ciri, but it's just the Gwent. The Gwent game is the main game. And then the story of Witcher 3 is just the side content. But I had fun with it, Vegas. But that's the difficult thing. Like, for some games, there might be a threshold you need to get past where it's like annoying and frustrating. So I don't know if that will be a thing for you with Witcher 3 or not. But I found that having played Witcher 1 and 2, it really made 3 stand out to me as a way better realized kind of game. Ah, so there's no more thief missions available yet. Okay, that's fair enough. Alright, so then we need to go and interact with Maria. I think from memory it'll be an automatic jumping into the cutscene for the story. But that's okay. Not right. But if you put a little more time into it, you probably would have liked it more. Hard to say though, the combat seemed good. Yeah, I mean that can be tricky too. The different gear sets and the stats for the armor and all that. And the hunt for stuff like that too. Plus there's a lot of question marks on the map. In Meta, as for Resident Evil, you started with 7, then 2 remake, 3 remake, Village, and 4 remake. You still need to play the rest. But you're waiting for them to remake the other ones. You guess you can still play 5 and 6, they don't look too old, but 0 and 1 look quite old. That is true in Meta, yeah, those games, like Resident Evil 5 was 2009 when it came out, so that's definitely a long time ago. So I don't know if that and Resident Evil 6 will get remade. I mean, Resident Evil 0 might get remade earlier because it came out earlier than Resident Evil 5 and 6, so... Vegas, you're going to play Resident Evil 4 Remake, but you're kind of on Resident Evil Burnout after playing Remake, Resident Evil 2 and 3, and Village all back to back. I was thinking of immersing yourself into something like The Witcher or something like that for your next game, and after that get back to the Resident Evil games. That's a good idea, that's a good way to do it. You definitely don't want to get burnt out on a game, especially too because, I mean, it could end up being a game that you don't like, but it could also be one that you do. And if you're burnt out on a certain type of game, it might become an obstacle to enjoying, and so it might become one of those situations where you don't really want to continue on with it. Ezio gliding without a parachute. I guess there's only one way to find out if you like it. That's true, you know. I mean, there's definitely so many elements that come together for a game, and if you're someone that doesn't care for story, then if the gameplay is terrible, then it's understandable to be like, no, change game, play something else. But you might like story more, but the combat might be so annoying that you don't want to push through it to see what happens next, and so you just go to YouTube and watch what happens next. Because you're still interested in the narrative. You would just rather watch it play out than actually have to suffer through gameplay you don't like to get that story content to pop up. There's definitely games too where I like it, but you always get back to a point in a replay where you go, ah yes, this part of the game, this was the part that I really didn't like. But then once you get through it again, you're just like, oh yeah, that's that done, and then you enjoy the rest of what happens later, because the thing that you didn't like is over and done with. But it's not enough to make you not like the rest of the stuff. Not right. For some people, they love The Witcher 3 immediately. For you, it wasn't like that. You'll definitely give it another try soon. The next-gen update they did for Witcher 3 was looking really nice on your PC. Yeah, that's understandable, not Fry, for sure. The DLC was really good, like Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine. Because you love the Resident Evil games you played, you're really excited for Resident Evil 4, but just want to give the games a break so you can thoroughly enjoy the next one. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. It's like if you're not in the mood to play a certain game, it's definitely good to not just force yourself. Wait until you get to a point where you really, really want to play it. I've got some games where I can't play the game the same way twice in a row, too close together. I have to find something to do different. Oh, cool. So the story doesn't automatically activate. Cool. So before we jump back into the story again, I'm going to do the Courtesan missions that become available. I didn't kill him. I just knocked him out. Wasn't going to get the mission done anyway because it took too long to get there. Of course, the button to call for your horse is the same one to hire the courtesans or other groups like mercenaries and thieves. Not Fry. So New Game Plus is coming to Ghost of Yotai on the 24th. You know you're about to be playing that game for a third time already. Yeah, that's cool too as well that it's coming out because that's only a couple of days away. It's funny how the music for this just went away, but the piece of music that plays, I've already covered it. In Meta, you tried playing Ghost of Tsushima yesterday, and it appears to have an issue with multiplayer. The file you need to initiate it is there, it's installed, but it always gives you an error. File couldn't initialize. You don't know if it's something that can be fixed or if it's Sony's way of making the game available for other countries but without the multiplayer. You wanted to platinum the game, but you guess you won't be. You can still get all the base game achievements, but not the multiplayer ones. That's really frustrating in Meta, wanting to get them all, but having multiplayer ones that you can't get at because there's an error for it. Like, that's ridiculous though. You would think that if they're gonna make the game available in other countries through that they would make all of it available, not just the main single player campaign. Not Friar, you recently bought Sekiro for like $30, you think? Not a bad game, but another one that'll take some time to get into. That's another one that I wouldn't mind playing at some point. But the problem is, like, those games by From Software, I still haven't even played some of their earlier games, and I want to. So there's definitely a lot of games before Sekiro that came out that they've done that I would like to catch up with. But that's cool that you got it for around that price, though. Copyton, have you played any From Software game on the stream? Oh no, you haven't even played any off stream. I wanted to go back and start with Demon Souls, but the original version. But I might have to settle for the remake ultimately when I do get to the point where I want to do their games. Amita, yeah, it's annoying. You also wanted to play it with Schiller because he also wanted to platinum, but you won't be able to, you guess. Damn. I mean, fingers crossed, there might be a way to fix that, but if not, that is really, really frustrating. That was so funny. The ambassador got killed somehow by one of the guards that was chasing Ezio, and I was wondering if either that would happen or the enemies would somehow die and then the game would count that against getting the optional objective of only killing the ambassador. So that worked out well, that it was only him that died from whatever caused him to die. So we were still able to get the optional objective done. Not that if I didn't get it, it'd be the end of the world, because I would just replay the mission and do it again, but I need to get 75% total sync to unlock the final Cristina memory. And I want to do all those memories back to back, so whatever increments the other ones become available at, I don't actually remember. I just remember the final one. because it's like, well, I only do the content when it's all unlocked anyway, so the only percentage I need to commit to memory is the overall final percentage needed, which is 75% total sync. But I think we had like 50% total sync something, so getting close. But once we reach the 75% total sync, I won't worry about doing optional objectives. So total sync is 53.46%. Oh, did you, Vegas? You played Sekiro for 2 days and almost lost your sanity, never again. Yeah, they definitely sound like they are a lot of commitment, not just for time commitment, but also mental commitment. And me too. You think it was made on purpose because from what you read in the most recent update, they made the multiplayer mode a DLC you can get for free, but in your case, the DLC isn't even available. So they removed it on purpose just to make the game available for other countries. At least they should have removed the related achievements as well, because what's the point? That is really, really stupid that they did that. Sorry to hear that that's how they did it in Meta, so you can't do a full platinum of that. Yeah, definitely they should have removed the related achievements for that as well. Nofra, I really hope Sucker Punch keeps making these ghost games. There's really no other games that hit the spot like they do. I really enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima. The first playthrough I did was last year, and I did another playthrough this year with Kurosawa mode, because I wanted to do that and also 100% of the game. Not all the achievements and stuff, because I sort of consider that to be more than 100%. But just what the game says as the final percentage is what I usually go for when I do 100%. I don't usually include achievements and stuff. But yeah, for Ghost of Tsushima, I did 100% to what the game counts as 100%, including the DLC as well. So that was good to do all that content. So the third playthrough will be next year, and definitely looking forward to it because I want to do a stealth challenge with it. Yeah, and me too. Why do they do these things? It's just freaking ridiculous. Meta is like Black Flag that still has multiplayer achievements, but the multiplayer mode is kind of dead. Yeah, it's just like, just give people the achievements automatically. Yeah, Meta's like, come on. It makes me think of the Mad Max game. In that game, you have challenges that go towards your total percent completion. 2 of them, though, are reliant on servers to be still active. But, of course, they're not active anymore. By the time I realized this, it was too late when I played the game years ago, so I could only get 99% completion. And situations like that where it's like, come on, just patch the damn thing and make those two challenges pop automatically. Save everyone trouble. All these NPCs that Ezio kills because they're targets that need killing, wearing, all these extravagant clothing and everything. And when you loot their body, how many florins does Ezio get? 500? Nope. 450? Nope. 200? Nope. 8. 8 florins. It's like, come on. Meanwhile, I've got Ezio with 76,717 florins, but that's not the point. The point is that NPCs should have way more money on them, especially being an ambassador as well. In Meta, multiplayer achievements in single-player games is total bullshit. Just release it as a separate game and let me enjoy my single-player game. That is true. Yeah, having that separation would definitely be better. I mean, you should have the platinum for the achievements, well, trophies, obviously in PlayStation's case, for the single-player experience, but have a separate platinum for the multiplayer. So when you do all the multiplayer platinum, then that's separate. Sheila, you agree in Meta? Yeah, Sheila. Yeah, it's so annoying. It's a shame that that's happened for Meta with his Ghost of Tsushima game not being able to do the multiplayer stuff for the achievements for it. Hey there, Cheesy. Welcome. The liberation of music has begun. It well and truly has. Absolutely. How's things going? Alright, so we've done all the Courtesan assignments that we can do up until this point. Same with the thief ones, and same with the assassination contracts. Ah, Schiller, thank you for redeeming the leap of fail. Thank you. Any particular spot you have in mind? Oh, cool, Schiller, wherever you fancy. Alright, awesome. Ah, I know the one. I'll go in and do a mission replay. This one, with the flying machine. Sheila. Oh, that's a good spot. Takes a bit to get there, but it's worth it. Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's a great height. Great height as well. But that's okay. Definitely don't mind. That's not the leap of fail I wanted to do for you, Sheila. At least not from that height. Hey there, Milan. Good morning. You just woke up and it's 11:30. Good party last night. Oh, that's good that you had a party and that you enjoyed it. That's cool. How's your morning going so far? Yeah, Sheila, mini splash. Alright, I don't want to go too high because that'll trigger the actual bomber. Ah, fuck. This has gone south. Can't reload checkpoint either. Fuck! Sorry about that, Schiller. I was hoping that it would let me get as high as possible and then have Ezio do a hand-to-hand to left or right, but nope. Climb straight up into the actual cutscene. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going not too badly, thank you. Things are going good. How about yourself? You just woke up as well? Well, I hope you got some good sleep. Schiller splash, it's fine. Yeah, sorry about that, dude. If only you could just reload a checkpoint, not have to restart the whole memory again. So, because that went the way I didn't want it to go, I will refund you your leap of fail points and find another spot. Cheesy, Ezio loved what he did best. Crash down face first in the ground. Yeah. I guess that's like a flight of fail. Oh, you don't want the points refund, Schiller? You sure? You did one inside the tower. Well, that's no worries at all, Schiller, as long as that's okay. But yeah, I wanted to get to a good spot on that tower and then do it. Thinking I could get Ezio to the top without the cutscene triggering. Milan, you just got to get some logs in the stove to warm you up a bit. You met up with your winter fleet yesterday, so you all had a party together. You played your instruments and got rather drunk and ate crab. I mean, it sounds like you had a fun time, though. But that's cool that you're able to have a get-together like that. Had it been a while since you saw some of the winter fleet? Spectrum, you're doing better since you got that old gauze out of your wound. It was causing some pain. That's good that you took it out and that was something that led to you feeling a lot better and you know, take away that pain that it was causing. That's really good. Spectrum, you're wondering why it was still hurting so much, almost instant relief. That is really good that it was instant relief. That it was, almost instant relief. Milan, it's been a while. You all saw each other last in February. Oh, well, that's good that you're able to catch up before the end of the year as well. Hey there, Arctic. Welcome. How's things, dude? Going to jump back into the main story now. I think the final thing I want to do for today's stream is sequence 5, which is what we're up to, and the main assassination target is Juan Borgia. Very nice, Arctic. That's good. Glad that you're going well. As for me, I'm doing really good, making good progress. Did all the Leonardo War Machine missions, got them done, covered the music in those. It'll probably take, I think, tomorrow's stream and then maybe another one after that, I think, to get all the main content done. And then it'll be the DLC, the Disappearance. I always call it something different to what it is, but basically it's the Disappearance of Da Vinci DLC. Milan, you built a Nazgul out of Lego last week. Oh, you did? Oh, interesting, Milan. That's cool. Did it take long? I think you'll get to be so lucky to play Resident Evil 8 in virtual reality. Oh, that'd be interesting. There'd be definitely a lot of moments that'll be very, very intense. Extra on top of what it already is, without the VR. So just to recap what happened in the previous memory to this one. Basically, Katerina Sforza has been rescued from imprisonment in the castle. Ezio rescued her, and then they fled. They went back. They fled. They went back to the assassin hideout, and she left. And Ezio now has to deal with the banker. So the last thing we did was met with Machiavelli, Claudia, La Volpe, and Caterina, and proposed a plan to defeat the Borgia. And so there's this guy, Egidio, who has ties to Cesare Borgia and also is going to be helpful for Ezio to assassinate the banker. Afro, you're going through my clips and 80% of it is just you fuming at Lara. Oh, is it Afro? Oh, I didn't realize. Because there's the Shadow of the Tomb Raider playthrough I did where it was no death. There was probably a few curses here and there with that. Milan, about 36 hours. It's your own design. You even made a ring wraith to ride on it. It's your own design. Oh, that's cool that you designed it yourself. And 36 hours worth. Damn. That's definitely good that you got it done. That's really cool that you got the ring wraith to ride on it as well. Afro, while fuming at yourself playing Lara. Yeah, I've also got like clips of Assassin's Creed stuff and Red Dead Redemption stuff. Alright, so we've already heard this music. Sheila, the first time we played this game, let me quickly renovate a bit before you do these missions. You're furious before the second mission with Egidio. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too. Some of this stuff you don't know until you get to it. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Brotherhood's coming along well. Just back into the main story now. We're up to sequence 5. Got to deal with the banker, Juan Borgia, who is going to be at this orgy party thing that is going to happen later in this game. Making good progress. I did all the Leonardo War Machine missions, and got that stuff covered with the music and everything like that. Doing the Courtesan assignments, thief assignments. Well, actually not the thief assignments because no more became unlocked yet. Courtesan assignments and the assassination contracts as well. So covered all that and finished off sequence 4. Also covered some of the music to test if there's differences depending on the level of notoriety that Ezio has at every increment of it. You know, things like that. But yeah, it's going really good. How's your morning going? Milan, the rider is not a Lego figure, it's completely brick built. Oh, so yeah, well that's really impressive, Milan, that you're able to do that and the actual rider, the ring wraith, as well. Zereth, thank you very much for the 35 stream streak. Thank you. Appreciate it. 35 leaps later. That is true. How's things, Zereth? Yeah, Arctic and Lucinda, gotta love trying to mash 2 words together. Magicians. Lucinda doing all the things. Absolutely. Yeah, I was saying that it'll probably take another 2 streams, I think, to do the main story content with this approach, and then the Disappearance of Da Vinci DLC as well will take another stream on top of that. Lucinda, your morning's going well. You had to take your truck to the shop this morning and drop it off. The check engine light came on yesterday. They just did maintenance on it when you got back from vacation a month ago. Oh, that really sucks about the timing of that. That's crazy. It would have to happen now, wouldn't it? You know, it wouldn't happen back when you were getting it maintenance done. Hey there, Reasons. Welcome. How's things? Lucinda, they said they'll try to get it Monday or Tuesday, so you'll either need to work from home or have Necro take you to work, to and from work. You're guessing it's something simple because it drove home just fine, but you're having them do it since they just worked on it. Ah, that is good that it's something simple though, but at the same time still, the timing is really, really stupid that it happened like that. I mean, it's out of your control, of course, and that's even extra annoying too, as well, where it's just some random thing. Sorry, Milan, but that's a bit too pornographic for my channel. to do that as a redeem. So yeah, I'll refund your points as well. I don't want this to become a smut channel, and even though that's mild in comparison to what some people might want me to try and say, I don't want to open up the precedent and want people to try. Reasons are pretty good. Just got home from work now. It's time to smoke and watch your stream blow. How about yourself? Well, that's good that you're home from work and that you can relax. Reasons. That's awesome. As for me, I'm doing well, having a good weekend. In a couple of hours, it'll be Sunday here. No worries, Zereth. I'll see you when you get back. Well, I'm done. It's funny. All the same, though, I've refunded your points for it, and I've added that word and the separated version of it as a block term as well, which is something I hadn't actually thought of until now. Arctic, you thought it was the voices in your head, but then you realized it was my stream. Spectrum, the only time you're tempted to get McDonald's is for breakfast. Oh, that's definitely fair enough. It's been a while since I had McDonald's for breakfast. Reason Sunday, lol, where are you again? Off my fucking ass off at 6 a.m. here. Yeah, here in Australia, it's getting close to 11 p.m. on Saturday night.
Ah, what's the matter? Are the voices in my head disturbing you?
Thanks for redeeming that, Milan, as a bait impression. Arctic, you're okay though? Well, that's the important thing, Arctic. That is good that you're okay. This particular music, I've already covered it, but just in case there's other music that hasn't been covered yet, I'll go mute over it. Reasons, 11 p.m. Holy lol, so college football has already happened for you? Lol, how does that even work? Laughing my fucking ass off. It's just time being time and always ticking down. Spectrum is nearly 7 a.m. for you. Almost. Very early still. Reasons, that walk kills you every time. It's so fun to do. Can be tricky to maintain, but it is funny. Thank you for leaving the lurk, Zereth. Spectrum, music tributes initially scare you when you're unaware that I'm doing them. You think you've lost more of your hearing. Oh yeah, and sometimes too there's no music on purpose because in the cutscene itself there might not be any music anyway. So that could definitely help too. Well, not be a help too, I mean. So if that caused things, must have been the wind. Exactly, the wind causes lots of stuff. Hey there, Ogorki. Welcome on in, how's things? Milan, you're back in the south of England now. You're near Reading and your fleet is now 11 boats. It's going to take a while for all of you to pass through any locks you reach when you all move on. The Gongozellas will have a good day. We'll have a field day. That's definitely a lot. So 11 boats in the fleet. Ogorki, thank you very much for the 5-stream streak. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm glad to hear that you're going good. That's awesome. Fuck the optional objective then, come on. I wasn't expecting another group of guards to instantly turn around the corner once the arrow storm was complete. got other memories I can make up the 75% total sync by doing optional objectives with. Milan, a gonguzalo is a person who enjoys watching canal boats, by the way. It's what you boaters affectionately name them. Oh, yeah, because I hadn't actually seen that word before, so I wasn't sure if it was like an actual technical term for something, or if it was like a nickname kind of thing. Dr. Darling, enemies become suspicious seeing a dead body. I don't know why. I mean, if it's not a cemetery, then I can understand, but if it is, it's like, come on. You have a very weird bug on the Android app. The pinned message has one of Lucinda's emotes, not mine, because she used them. Oh, yeah, that's funny when you have like a visual glitch like that happening with stuff. I've never actually had that happen before. Alright, so that memory that we did, the only reason I've been doing optional objectives is because to unlock the final Cristina memory, you need to get a total sync of 75%. So there are some memories that I can afford to not worry about getting 100% in. But if it ultimately turns out that I need to do that again, then I will. But currently we have 55.94 total sync percentage as well. And this memory that we're going to do next is another sort of like, tailing mission and all that kind of stuff. However, before I get into that though, I just want to take a short break and then I'll be back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Before I do the next memory, I want to go to a pigeon coop and have a look-see about the progress on assassin recruits. Milan, the weather here turned cold really suddenly. It went from an average temperature of 9 degrees Celsius to minus 1 degree Celsius, literally overnight. Damn. Very, very cold. Holy shit. Ezio. Oh no, he needs 3,000 florins to access his memory. Damn, he only has 77,982 to spare. I don't think Ezio will be able to afford to do this. I have to go and get some more money. Milan, Barney is going crazy because Fishless Clive is chatting with someone out on the towpath. Barney likes Fishless because Fishless keeps giving him treats. Should we let Barney out to greet him? I mean, that's definitely fair. If I was a dog and treats were given, then that would be a person worth greeting. Hey Cody, good afternoon to you too, dude. Welcome on in. How's things? Excellent, Cody. That's really good to hear that you're going great, dude. I'm going well too. Enjoying my Saturday. In about half an hour or so, it'll become Sunday. Milan Fishless has got himself a dog this year since you last met. He has a little French bulldog. He's named Amelie. Barney and Amelie seem to get along well. They went walking together yesterday and played chase. It's a hard life being a dog. All that running around about and getting treats and cuddles must be exhausting. Yeah. If reincarnation is a thing, then I don't think I'd mind being a dog, being looked after like that. Cheers, Cody. Thanks, dude. It's so funny. I've played this game so many times now that even with the dialogue turned off, I can still remember in my mind what the actors sound like. The voices. Milan, you'll be back in a minute. The battery warning is telling you you're on a low charge. You'll just have to fire up the engine to go charge them. Not much solar power today. That is totally fair too, as well. To have to rely on that also can definitely change things as well. See you when you get back, Milan. That guard running and getting stuck on the haystack. Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's about time to go take your truck to the shop, and you're going to stop by the grocery and get some fast food breakfast. I'll see if you're still on when we return. If not, have a great stream. Thank you very much, Lucinda, for sure. When we assassinate this target and things settle, I'll be ending the stream. But thank you so much for being here and watching. I really hope that everything goes well today with everything you need to deal with, and hope you can enjoy your breakfast as well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is a big fan of the Resident Evil series, also games like The Evil Within 1 and 2, also a big fan of The Last of Us 1 and 2, also into franchises like Dishonored, as well as Bioshock. A really cool streamer, so definitely recommend checking out her channel if you haven't before. And definitely will have a great stream. No problem at all for the shout out. Absolutely no worries. I hope that everything goes well today. Catch you again soon. Welcome back, Milan. Have to turn your volume up a bit for the rest of the stream, but it's okay. Oh, no trouble at all. That's right, Milan, yeah. One Borgia has one hell of a codpiece. That's why he has a mad codpiece. He's a banker. That's right, nothing but the best and the highest quality of things for Juan Borgia. He was lucky too because the hidden blade that he got was high quality. Yeah, Cody, every chance I can, when possible, I like to make Ezio do the head jam. Enemies become suspicious when they are dead. I guess that is true, Dr. Darling. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. As their ghost departs their body, it looks down and they're like, this is suspicious. That music that played after we killed Juan Borgia. In Assassin's Creed 2, there's some tombs where you chase targets that has that music. But it was also by Jesper Kyd as well, so that still fits this music tribute for Brotherhood because he returned to do the music for this as well after doing Assassin's Creed 2. He then would come back for Revelations to collaborate with Lorne Balfe, and then in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, he came back to the series to collaborate with Sarah Schachner and Einar Selvik. Milan, he should be honoured to be stabbed with such a high-quality blade. He definitely should. That is for sure. Another Borgia bites the dust. Thank you, Agorki, for clipping that moment. If it worked or not, it should work when you actually click on it to watch it, but it doesn't want to put the preview in for some reason. I don't know why Twitch is doing that. But if you actually click on the clip itself, you'll actually still see it. Yeah, Gorky, the preview for it doesn't show the image, but the actual link does work if you click on it though. Thank you very much for making that clip. Okay, so this is where I'm going to call it a stream for today for Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing Assassin's Creed 3. Before I do that though, I'd just like to give some shout outs to some other streamers I'd like to recommend. Thank you, Molan. I hope that things go well for you too. Thank you very much. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Nofra. I definitely will have a good rest of my night for sure. I hope you have a good one too, dude. Would definitely like to recommend people check out AC, who's been doing Saints Row, Gat, Out of Hell, and Mita, who's been doing Halo, the Master Chief Collection, Lucinda, who was doing The Evil Within 2, and Shilalock, who is doing a first-time playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. Definitely recommend checking out their channels if you haven't before. Here's a general raid message so everyone can feel free to copy and paste. I'll also put one in chat for subscribers as well. The next stream you'll see from me will be this again, for my Sunday stream of it. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your day or night, whichever the case may be. And in a moment we'll go and raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing Assassin's Creed 3.